Yeah, man.
Shannon.
That means there's a vacancy.
Trying to shock.
What'd you say?
That means there's a vacancy?
Yes. I think there is. It may not be.
Hi.
Hey, how are you? I'm okay, how are you?
1 minute to air. The live stream has started.
That's okay, I deal with them all day, every day, and I will be prepared to handle it tonight.
All right. So, yeah, I see this. We need to work on what it. I don't feel like we're still in the process.
They're not my edits, unfortunately, so when you proffer them, you can talk about what you can accept as a profit. But you cannot accept a profit for something that's been Yep.
Good evening. Welcome to the Durham Planning Commission. The members of the Durham Planning Commission are appointed by the City Council and the County Board of Commissioners to make recommendations to the elected officials. We want to emphasize that the elected officials have the final say on any issue before us tonight. While this meeting is being conducted in person, it is also accessible using the Zoom virtual meeting platform. In the virtual meeting platform, public participants do not have the ability to talk or be seen on video by default. In order to maintain meeting decorum and a discernible record of the meeting, the chat function has been disabled. Throughout the process to draft a new comprehensive plan, materials and engagement opportunities have been provided in English and Spanish in order to increase language access for the community. In keeping with that, simultaneous interpretation in Spanish will be provided for all public hearings related to the comprehensive plan. For all other meetings, interpretation will continue to be available upon request. For those attending in person, if you plan to speak on an agenda item tonight, please go to the table to my left and sign up to speak. When speaking, please state your name and your address clearly when you come to the podium, and please speak directly into the microphone. If you are attending the meeting virtually, you will be given the ability to speak at the appropriate time. If you have pre-registered, your name will be called so you can make your comments. You may also call in during the meeting tonight by dialing 1-301-715-8592. If you call in during the meeting, you will need to wait until the particular public hearing you are interested in starts. After all the pre-registered speakers have shared their comments, I will ask if there is anyone else wishing to speak. At that point, you will need to digitally raise your hand by pressing *9 on your phone, and when recognized, state your name and address before making your comments. Time may be limited for speakers depending on the length of the agenda. All motions are stated in the affirmative, so if a motion fails or ties, the recommendation is for denial. Finally, I ask that everyone here, the commission members, the staff, and the public, to conduct themselves in a courteous and respectful manner. If someone fails to act in that manner, the chair will ask the offending person or persons to leave the meeting until such time they can regain personal control. If decorum fails to be restored, the chair will recess the meeting until a genuine commitment to act respectfully and courteously is observed. Thank you, and may we have roll call.
Chair Amendolia.
Here.
Vice Chair Cameron is running late, is on her way. Commissioner Baker.
Here.
Commissioner Cutright,
Here.
Commissioner Chagaris,
Here.
Commissioner Durham,
Here.
Commissioner McIver,
Here.
Commissioner Morgan,
Here.
Commissioner Cease,
Here.
Commissioner Trapp,
Here.
Commissioner Valentine,
Here.
Commissioner Zuri Williams.
Here.
Thank you. And let the record reflect that we have quorum. Before we get started, we have a few announcements. First, I wanted to give our newest commission member the chance to introduce themselves. Commissioner Durham.
Hi everyone, I'm Vikas Gurram. You can call me Vic. I'm a civil engineer by degree. I work as an infrastructure consultant in public-private partnerships. I work as a technical advisor on these public-private partnership projects, and I'm looking forward to serving the city of Durham.
Awesome. Thank you and welcome. We also have some announcements from staff.
Hey, thank you, Chair Amendolia. A couple of things. If you aren't aware, Terry Elliott retired back in April, May. So if you have emailed her and she has not responded, that's a good thing. Joe Gordon has taken her place. However, you can email Grace Smith and myself. The admin team doesn't really need to be engaged in that. They have a lot going on, and so Grace and I would be happy to help you if you have questions. Second thing is, please don't forget to submit your written comments. You have a week to submit them. If you need a little bit longer after that, just let Grace or I know. Happy to extend the deadline if it's not something that's going to a council agenda right away. Last, all items, planning department items, were noticed in accordance with state and local law, and affidavits of those notices are available in the planning department. However, there was a defective notice for the Smallwood Townhomes project that staff noticed and was caught. Therefore, we pulled the item, and it will be at the July Planning Commission meeting instead.
Thank you. And I have one more announcement. So tonight will be my last meeting with you all. My term officially ends at the end of the month, and I have decided to let my term expire and to not re-up my time for the Planning Commission. This is something I've been processing for several months and just talking to the people in my life and reflecting myself, and believe this is the best decision for me right now. This work takes a lot of energy, both physically and emotionally, and people cope with that different ways. And for me, I want to take the time to step back and really assess how I want to direct my energy so that I can have more longevity in my future endeavors. I just wanted to say to all of you that I've served up here with, I deeply appreciate every single one of you. You've made this experience really wonderful, and it's been hard work, but it's been great to do this work, fighting for a better Durham with you all. I really appreciate the planning staff. The work that you all do goes unnoticed so much on a day-to-day, and the work that you all have done to, just help us make these rezoning decisions, but also to write an entirely new comprehensive plan. I've seen it, and I've seen how intentional you all have been with it and how hard it has been, and I just appreciate all you do to continue keeping the city running. And for those who are staying in the fight, take care of yourself. It is hard. People are not always kind, and it doesn't always feel like we are heard, but you matter, your work matters, your commitment matters, and just give yourself the time to take care of yourself so you can keep on doing and fighting the good fight. And I appreciate you all. With that, we're going to get into our agenda for the night. Our first item is the approval of the minutes and consistency statements from our March 28th and May 9th meetings. Do we have any comments, changes, edits to those minutes? Seeing none, may I get a motion to approve the minutes?
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we approve both the March 28th and May 9th minutes from our previous meetings.
Second.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Morgan, seconded by Commissioner Valentine. Any comment or discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed have the same right. Motion passes unanimously. Great, we're going to move into our first public hearing of the evening. This is the public hearing, the final public hearing that the Planning Commission will have on the Durham Comprehensive Plan. Scott, do we have a staff presentation tonight? Yes, we do. Okay, we will begin with the staff presentation.
Good evening, Planning Commission, public, and staff. 1 second. Okay, is that better? Okay, if you could turn it up just a little bit louder, we have a request in the audience for the volume to be a bit louder, please. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Sarah Long, and I am a planner with the Durham City County Planning Department. I'm with the community planning team, and we have been working on the comprehensive plan since 2019. So this evening, we're going to give a summary of our final public engagement phase on the comprehensive plan, and then we'll give an overview of the policy and action changes that we've made in response to that engagement feedback. Finally, we will have a couple of items related to the place type map that we want to discuss. And for this meeting, of the Planning Commission, staff is seeking to discuss the comprehensive plan policies, actions, and implementation framework, as well as guidance on outstanding map changes. We request that you open the public hearing, listen to the public comments, and make a recommendation for the adoption of the comprehensive plan. So starting with the engagement summary, the summary of our final engagement phase from January 20th to March 2023, hundreds of residents through thousands of comments shared their input on the full draft of the comprehensive plan. Through in-person open house meetings and online engagement, we heard feedback on specific changes residents wanted to see in this work. We also heard suggestions for how to improve, clarify, or change the language to more accurately reflect the needs of residents and priorities. So I just want to focus on some of the main themes that we heard in that feedback. First is the accessible and affordable housing. We heard some housing policies suggestions like housing for larger families, more focus on land trusts as a potential solution, tackling affordable housing in as many ways possible, better addressing small lot development, and limiting the ability of corporations to buy up housing. There was also an emphasis on people-centric rather than car-centric transportation. Lots of non-car-centric transportation desires were noted, bike facilities that are safe for children, traffic calming, and stronger regional transportation focus, and to address the Durham Freeway more specifically. Another topic we had was environmental protections and strong climate goals were of interest. More aggressive climate goals or questions about implementation of greenhouse gas reduction and action plans. Some residents shared that this is the right direction, but not enough, and questions about the likelihood of implementation or action were brought up. We had strong support for policies encouraging protection and preservation of land, specifically the 30% permanent conservation land policy. We also received feedback on the focus on equity in the plan. Some appreciation for the focus on equity throughout the plan, requests for specific overall goals of the needs of the most vulnerable and currently least well-served within the city and county. Some thinking that Black and brown residents are not important in the plan or that efforts to prioritize equity are not enough. And there was also some pushback from residents saying that talk about equity was quote unquote too political. There are also concerns about the current development that we're seeing. A lot of the concern and criticism heard in the plan survey were related to concerns with current development. Residents expressed concerns, residents expressed frustration that already approved developments being built out now is following the new comprehensive plan, as it hasn't been adopted yet. Residents also expressed a desire to see an updated unified development ordinance to more directly regulate development in alignment with the plan. And finally, we had last and certainly not least, the concerns about expanding the UGB, quote unquote. There were significant concerns about infrastructure, including water, road capacity, schools, and EMS. Some of those who rated very low that the plan did not meet the plan met their community needs rated very high that the plan adheres to the community goals and objectives. So we believe this is specific concerns around the UGB and communities being concerned about what the UGB is and how that's impacting their community specifically. So in response to the residents' comments, staff made a series of changes to the policies and actions. As with previous engagement rounds, staff worked carefully to make sure that the language was both accessible and clear. So this is a summary of these changes. In the category of neighborhoods, staff made 6 policy edits, added 1 new policy, made changes to 2 actions, and added 6 new actions. For the housing topic, staff made 1 policy edit. Under the topic of transportation, staff made changes to 13 draft actions and added 7 new actions. For growth management and infrastructure, staff added 1 policy edit and added 1 new action. Under the jobs and training topic, staff made 1 policy edit and 2 changes to the draft actions. Staff also made 1 administrative policy edit and 1 edit to place type policies. So all of these edits can be found in attachment H. There are many of them. We're not going to go over all of them tonight, but since we do not have enough time to go through all of them, we want to instead focus on 4 edits that represent the types of changes that staff made. So our first example is with the neighborhood policy. Staff worked with Preservation Durham on clarifying and strengthening the preservation-related policies, and here's one of those examples. Preserve and protect historic resources in the design of new developments, neighborhoods, and design them to respect Durham's unique identity and reflect the nearby historic context. Promote new developments that are compatible with the architectural elements of significant historic resources. So again, this is a completely new policy that we developed out of the feedback that we got from residents. In terms of transportation, several of the groups that staff received feedback from expressed interest in improving accessibility for residents and visitors with disabilities. We worked with BPAC, Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission, to find opportunities to also strengthen non-car transportation modes of support. The change to Transportation Action 13 and the addition of this new policy action reflects those changes. For action item 13, staff included detailed language describing in which ways transit stops should be improved to increase accessibility. Much of the language included came directly from participants. So you can see here on the left, we had the original action number 13, and then we had the new language there on the right. And that language is, for areas near transit stops, assess and implement accessibility upgrades and transit prioritization improvements, including street redesigns, transit shelters, pedestrian crossings, and the surrounding sidewalk network, especially in communities with residents who currently rely on public transportation, such as low-income and aging communities. The assessment should cover at least a half-mile radius around the transit stops. Accessibility upgrades should include curb ramps, sidewalks, textured tiles at stops, Braille or raised lettered signs with route information, and audible signs and information. And our second example for transportation, as in change in action, was a completely new action that emphasizes the need to prioritize the most vulnerable when exploring new transportation options. So that new action is proactively research, evaluate, and implement new transportation options that focus on more accessible, efficient, effective transportation, prioritizing the most vulnerable and those with fewer transportation options. So in the case of Administrative Policy 165, staff made changes to better reflect the importance of any potential place type map changes aligning with the adopted community goals and objectives. Whereas in the previous version, improving Durham's ability to meet the community goals and objectives was listed as one of the 3 criteria in which only 1 was needed to be met. In this updated version, staff required that the ability to meet the adopted community goals and objectives will be increased by any proposed changes in the place type map. One or both conditions listed below must also be met to make the map change. And we'll be discussing some more of the relevant policies and actions related to the place type map later on in the presentation. So again, the key change here is that it is a requirement that any change to place type map increases our ability to reach the community goals and objectives. And for our final example, we have included a new growth management infrastructure action that addresses some specific cases where adjacent existing public sewer or water lines near properties are being requested to be that residents are being requested to attach to them. With this action, staff can explore how to allow properties to connect to these existing lines without extending the city limits or the urban growth boundary. So this action is growth management and infrastructure action. Explore amending the city code to allow existing properties outside of the primary corporate limits of the urban growth boundary to connect to adjacent existing public sewer and water lines. And this action would apply to a case around Russell Road that I'm going to speak about next. But I wanted to take a moment and see if there are any questions about the policy and actions changes that we have made.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So continuing, I mentioned Russell Road was a case where the previously mentioned action item could apply. So just for context, Russell Road is located just outside the northwest edge of the urban growth boundary. There are landowners in this area who are not connected to water or sewer and have come to previous meetings requesting a connection. The area does not meet requirements for annexation, but connection to an existing water line is possible. So Russell Road here is outlined in blue, and that also follows the existing water line. This map is slightly different from the map that was submitted in attachment J. Here, the urban growth boundary line is outlined in burgundy, and the place types are visible. On this map, you can see existing water line here in blue, and that goes along Russell Road and loops back to Guest Road. However, this area is currently in the suburban tier, as a purple line indicates. You can see a purple looping line towards the bottom there. And it's outside of the urban growth boundary. So we're not requesting any action on this. We just wanted to note how, in this case, the action that we previously mentioned, which I'll go back to, exploring the city code to see how we can allow properties to attach to existing water lines, that could potentially apply for the residents who are along Russell Road. And in this case specifically, annexation is not an option for these residents. Any questions? Okay. Our next topic is about Hamlin Road and potential changes to the place type map. And Hamlin Road is located just northeast outside of the urban growth boundary. The properties are located at 2503 and 2523 Hamlin Road, and they're in the Falls Lake District A FJA, which is a critical area of the watershed overlay. The FJA regulations would limit development on the property to 1 acre lots with 6 to 9% impervious surface, depending on the distance from Falls Lake. If added back into the UGB, staff would recommend mixed residential neighborhood place type for those properties, and to include these properties into the Hamlin Road future growth area. The map on the right shows the changes in the place type that would be recommended if these properties were within the UGB. So again, staff's recommendation from the January place type map is here on the left, and the map changes requested by a landowner is on the right. And so this is similar to the cases that we looked at in the March meeting. And so we are looking for a recommendation from the Planning Commission.
Okay, do we have any discussion points or questions on these potential changes? Would everybody be prepared for a straw poll? Okay, so got to remember how I framed these questions. If you prefer the option, can we get the map back up on the screen, actually? So that we can see on our screens up here. Thank you. Yeah, Commissioner Baker.
Yeah, so we looked at, so we have the staff recommendation on the left-hand side. We have potential changes on the right-hand side. Remind me how this got elevated to us taking a straw poll exactly on this particular parcel of land versus all the other parts of the city.
Sure, Scott's going to answer that for us.
Yeah, good evening, I'm Scott Whiteman with the Planning Department. So when we had property owners who specifically requested to be added back to the urban growth boundary, we committed to them that we would daylight them before the Planning Commission. And so most of those we had heard early on. This is one that we heard after your March 28th hearing. So this particular property owner has requested that their property remain in the urban growth boundary. And Mr. Chair, that property owner may be here, so you may want to wait until after the public hearing to take the straw poll.
Okay, that makes sense. I have a follow-up question on this, just to confirm that this was originally within the suburban tier?
That's correct.
Okay.
I got a, what was the analysis behind deciding to make the January 2023 recommendation?
So for this area, it was, this is an area that is in the, as Sarah mentioned, in the FJA Falls critical area. That was in a previous decades ago plan version of the urban growth boundary. At some point in the late 90s, early 00s, Falls Lake was found to be actually bigger than we originally thought when we created the original watershed protection overlay. And so a lot of these areas are that weren't in the critical area became part of the critical area. And over the last 20 years, there's been very little development activity and there's no utilities out there. So it seemed like based on the environmental and infrastructure constraints, it seemed like a logical area to move the urban growth boundary back.
Okay, so it was staff's analysis, based on staff's analysis, that this area should not be developed over the next time horizon of this urban growth boundary at this point. That was your determination? That was
our determination, yes.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, we're going to take Scott's recommendation and do the straw poll after the public comment period.
Okay, so finally we want to talk a little bit about how the policies and actions are related to future map work. And since we've had a lot of discussion about the place site map, and we know that is something that that people have a lot of concern over, especially what it looks like moving forward into the future. We wanted to show how the policies can guide land use through future changes to the map. So many of the policies and actions work with the place type map to shape Durham's future growth. These take the form of place type specific policies that are listed on pages 172 to 177 of the full plan. Place type specific actions that are listed on page 178, and administrative policies listed under comprehensive plan updates. These policies and actions allow for the anticipated future of small area plans and map work in parts of our community where a more detailed look at the place type map designations is warranted. The specific place type actions drafted include revising the place type map along the US Highway 70 corridor once a new study for the corridor is completed, revising the place type map for the Research Triangle Park once a new master plan for RTP is completed, update the place type map to show new conservation lands and easements as recreation and open space, and continually review and identify areas on the place type map where comprehensive updates are needed. She wanted to share this with you just to emphasize the place type map is not a static document and will be amended to reflect future plans guiding Durham's growth. So that is the end of our presentation. Thank you very much, and we look forward to your questions and discussion.
Thank you. Also, I should have done this earlier, but I would just like the record to reflect that Vice Chair Cameron has arrived and is in attendance. Okay, at this time, I believe the public hearing is still open, so I do not need to open it. And we will move forward to public comment. During the public comment process, we have a lot of people wanting to speak tonight, and we have a lot of cases on our agenda tonight that we have to address after we discuss the comprehensive plan. So I ask that if someone says what you are going to say, please do not come and repeat exactly what they said. If you have something new to share or new insight, we want to hear it. But if you're coming to repeat something that has already been said, I would ask you to no longer speak. If you want to indicate that you agree with what the speaker is saying, you may do so by raising your hand quietly. And I will acknowledge hands raised and state approximately how many I saw so that we can acknowledge agreement with a certain sentiment. I would also just flag, like, we have all seen the dozens of emails that we've received over the past weekend, so we are aware of the comments that have been coming in over the weekend, and just keep that in mind as we go through this. So I'm going to start reading off names, and as I read off names, please go ahead and start lining up at the podium as able, and we'll just go down in order. So first I have Marion Strand, Ruth McKinney, Walt Grundy, Vincent Nguyen, and Denny Nagle. And I apologize for any name mispronunciations. When you state your name, I will get it right once I hear it, I promise. We'll begin with Marion. You'll have 2 minutes to make your comments. Please state your name and address and then begin.
My name is Marion Strand. My home address is 108 Pinot Court in the city of Durham. Go ahead. Good evening. I am president of the Villas of Culp Arbor Homeowners Association. I'm here to speak briefly about our neighborhood's concern that is presently no mention of the importance of existing over 55 communities in the current draft of the comprehensive plan. Durham has a number of over 55 communities, including ours, that were encouraged and approved by Durham years ago. Federal and state law mandates that no less than 80% of our homes, and in Durham, 90%, can be occupied by a resident over 55. In other words, by law, in the future, we can sell almost exclusively only to other seniors, which means the nature of our community as a age-in-place option cannot now be reversed or erased. Because of the nature of the over 55 plans approved by Durham, our streets are quiet. We enjoy racial, ethnic, and cultural diversity. Because we are experiencing aging at different stages, We have empathy for each other and have committees in place to help each other when we are sick. We also have clubs and activities in place that help keep us physically and emotionally healthy. And the nature of these existing communities changes, if the nature of these existing communities change, because Durham begins to focus only on creating future intergenerational communities, which is what the present language in the draft says, the needs of many seniors will no longer be met in the neighborhoods we've helped develop. For these reasons, as president of the Culp Arbor HOA, I ask that the comprehensive plan section on seniors in the final form reflect the need for quiet streets and thoughtful continuous development that will be met with health and safety needs for seniors living in the Durham's existing over 55 communities. Thank you.
Great, I see about a dozen hands raised. Call it 2 dozen. Maybe
So good evening. I'm Ruth McKinney. I live at 5139 Niagara Drive in the Villas at Culp Arbor in Durham. I want to first sort of digress from my prepared remarks to say that we do, in fact, to echo the chair's remarks, very much appreciate what the planning department does. We very much appreciate this long, arduous procedure that's been followed to develop the Engage Durham process and the comprehensive plan. And truthfully, we apologize for coming in late on this. So I will speak only for myself here, not for my neighbors. I am simply not as quick and as engaged in anything as I used to be, and this is no exception. So I'm just slow to have caught on to this, and I apologize. And we very much appreciate you listening to us at this late point in the process. Moving to what I wanted to say to you all tonight, apart from that apology and that statement of appreciation, I want to focus on the fact that seniors need choices as we figure out how to age safely and to live as independently as possible. The multi-generational housing option that the plan currently focuses on in its section on seniors does not mention any place the over 55 community option and our particular health and needs. So we are asking you tonight to please not vote on this plan until you've considered all those emails you got and our comments tonight about the type of life that we now have to live, the legal responsibilities to sell only to other seniors in the future as the vision for Durham is developed in the future. Thank you.
We have about a dozen and a half on the comment. Go ahead.
Ready? Good evening. My name is Walt Grundy. I'm a physician who resides at 5126 Niagara Drive in the Villas at Culp Arbor. This evening, I want to join a number of my neighbors to address our concerns about the new comprehensive plan's current language concerning seniors under the health and well-being section of the plan. As a physician and an aging senior, I am very aware of the aging process and how it tends to limit our capabilities over time. Many aging adults have hearing or vision problems, and some have mobility issues that require walkers or wheelchairs. In fact, most of us walk to get our mail, which is in street-side mailboxes. Some of these requires you actually stand in the street in order to access. And yes, we do have a sidewalk, but it's only on one side of the street. This requires residents to walk across the street to access their mail. We also have residents who need to walk in the street as they require a wheelchair or walker. Consequently, we need assurances that our roads will continue to have low speeds, low traffic, and have safe ingressions and egressions. We also need assurance that future contiguous development will be carefully and thoughtfully designed with sufficient buffers to reduce noise and light from new and dramatically denser developments. In conclusion, I request the final form of the comprehensive plan in its section on seniors reflect the need for safe and quiet streets and acknowledge the need for thoughtful, contiguous future development. This is to ensure the safety of seniors who are already living in Durham's existing over 55 communities. Thank you.
Thank you. I see about 12.5 hands raised with that. So I've been informed of the source of the noise. So the dinging we're hearing is the Zoom timer. And so it will give a 10-second warning and then a final tone to let you know your time is over. So when you hear the first tone, you have 10 seconds, which is good. It'll give you time to finish your sentence, and then the next tone, your time will be over. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Vincent Wen, live in Villas of Culp Upper at 5148 Niagara Drive. It is my honor to present to you all what I thought about our communities, in which 90% are above the age of 60 and 44% above age 80. As retired physicians, we know very well how age affects us. We start to lose eyesight, we have decreased vision, increased difficulty reading road signs, judge distance, and respond to sudden changes. In addition, declined night vision can affect both walking and driving safely. As we age, we wear hearing aids, we start to have physical limitation and reduced mobility. Our reflexes are slow, which increase reaction times. So this makes us more vulnerable to accidents and the likelihood of serious injuries. So you know it is more challenging for us to navigate and cross the roads safely. If in a situation with increased traffic density, the difficulty will be double, triple, or even more. So we rely heavily on community interactions for emotional support when anxiety arises. With these unique features of seniors in mind, the idea of the designated 55-plus community was started, endorsed, and encouraged by the city. However, in the new comprehensive plan, the ideas and the thoughts behind having 55-plus communities are not addressed and appreciated. Therefore, to maintain the health and well-being of the seniors in the established 55-plus community, it is important to have them acknowledged in the final draft and be supported by the development around them in the future city and county planning. Thank you.
Thank you. I saw about 12.5 hands raised. Up next, we have Denny. After Denny, I'm going to go ahead and call the next set of names to start lining up. We have Charles Herbst, Wanda Allen, Gary McLean, Tina Pearson, and I see Paul Jaffrion on here. In the notes, it says this is about Cortez Drive, and so that may be later on. So then after Paul, we have Donna Steinbeck. Okay. So did you all sign? Can you come to the podium really quickly? Can you come to the podium quickly? Because we need to have you speak into a mic so that people participating virtually can hear this discussion. We're gonna have a quick discussion, and then we'll have your comments. Denny, can you step aside for just a second? We're gonna talk about logistics for a second, and then.
I don't want to be rude, but hey, Austin.
Hi.
Okay, we have a presentation that goes in order, and everyone is here to speak. So do you want me to call out who's on the presentation? Would that help you?
Yes, please.
It's Wanda Allen, it's Pam Williams, Donna Steinbeck, Becky Freeman, Tom Freeman, Tammy Swaya, Tina Pearson. Is Gary McLean on there? Okay, that was it. So it's approximately 9 of us on that presentation. I'm sorry. And Mike and Carrie.
Mike Rowe and Carrie Wonk?
Yes.
Okay, and you said Becky, did you say Becky Windsor was on there?
Tom Freeman, yes. I was just,
Okay.
they all did sign up. We just came in at different times. And we did submit our presentation within the time limit.
Okay. Let's do Denny, since he was already up here. And then let's do y'all's sequence, and then we'll return to whoever is after that, whoever's left after that. So Denny, you can come up and provide your comments.
My name is Dennis Noggle, and I live at 5151 Niagara Drive in Culp Hill Arbor. Of course, that's an age-related community. We find ourselves in the area along Farrington Road that was zoned for low density when Durham committed to create a community for seniors. The new vision now targets this area for traffic opportunity, which is inconsistent with our current neighborhood designed to serve the special needs of aging seniors. We endorse Section 2.2 of the Durham Comprehensive Plan, which was appropriately indicates, and I quote, "We want transportation infrastructure which is equitably planned, built, designed, and maintained so that all residents can safely and easily walk, ride, and drive to resources that they need to thrive in the Durham community." I frequently look out my window in Niagara and I see people like Angela in a walker and many others in wheelchairs, scooters, caregivers. Neighbors can now, in addition, neighbors can now safely back out of their driveways into Niagara, Culp Hill Drive, or others. However, the egress to Farrington Road becomes unsafe for many of these drivers with special needs. The quality of life for VCA seniors will be lost forever if Niagara becomes a heavy traffic cut-through area. Therefore, I respectfully request that the new comprehensive plan section on seniors reflects the health and safety of seniors living in our existing 55-plus community.
Thank you. Okay, and I see about 12.5 hands raised for that. Okay, so we're going to do this group presentation. Are you all lined up in order now? Great, I had called Paul. Let's do Paul, and then we'll do y'all's presentation. We're going to come back to, I couldn't catch all the names. I need to be able to check off all their names and then figure out who else signed up and is ready to speak after that. I'm just making it easier on myself, but everybody who signed up will get to speak.
Members of the commission, good evening. My name is Paul Joffrey, and I live at 705 Pleasant Drive in Durham. With regard to the comprehensive plan, I appreciate the comment by Ms. Long referencing more aggressive climate goals in the comprehensive plan. And I hope that somehow that translates into changing a policy of approving developments where acres and acres of carbon fixing and oxygen producing undergrowth and trees and vegetation are clear cut and replaced with high carbon output material construction, transport, and building, followed by heavy use of automobiles to get from one place to the other. That's my sole comment about this, other than I appreciate the reference to Russell Road. I lived there from 1980 to 2001. Well water and septic tank. I think that's an intriguing proposal to extend the city services to non-city residents. Thank you. Less than a minute.
Thank you. I saw about a dozen or so hands raised in favor of that. Okay, for this group, you all are going to have to say your name and address before each case, and you're each getting 2 minutes.
No problem.
Can y'all see that?
Yeah.
Okay. And, okay. For some reason, another Okay, I was trying to get it to eliminate that, but there you go. Sorry. Okay, my name is Pam Williams. I live at 2130 Adventure Trail, Durham, North Carolina, and we're here to, a group of us have put together this slideshow to represent the rural community out in southeast Durham and all over Durham on our issues. We want to bring to your attention at the very beginning that we have been out to the public in Rulton clubs, several meetings at churches and everything. And we, starting in February 28th, we started collecting signatures or petitions about keeping Cheek Road, Redwood Road, Patterson Road out of the urban growth boundary and keeping Kemp Road area in the southeast future growth area. We have over 465 signatures, 117 were emails. We got 250 in before the March 28th cutoff, and then we've gotten the additional. So a total of 465. As you can see, that was the front of the urban growth boundary petition, and we also had more information on the back, and we spent a lot of time at several events explaining what this is. We would like to highlight issues why the future growth area on Kemp Road should remain and the urban growth boundary at Patterson Cheek Road should be kept as January 23rd plan. First, the Durham Fire Department response times are higher than standard benchmarks. We want to protect the established character of the existing neighborhoods, protect Durham's most sensitive natural areas from the impacts of developers, as Paul just explained. High-density developments has led to environmental issues as documented in Lick Creek and other tributaries, and establish an urban growth boundary to discourage development on the edge of the city that strains existing infrastructure or prompts significant public investment. We request that the plan.
Pam, your 2 minutes are over.
Oh, okay, thank you. Next.
Hi, I'm Wanda Allen, 2111 Rodeo Drive. I'm sorry, they wanted to raise.
Yes, I acknowledge about 12.5 hands raised.
Okay. Hi, I'm Wanda Allen, 2111 Rodeo Drive in Durham, NC. And I want to remind all of us tonight that the decisions we make tonight will have a major impact on the small businesses in Cheek Road, Redwood, and Patterson. You've already heard that we are totally against this putting back into the urban growth boundary. The land is adjacent to the critical watershed. We will have to have a new sewage system. You've already heard about the concern about the fire department, but what I want to emphasize, that you guys are going to have a major impact on small businesses. We have a number of farmers out there. You are familiar with a lot of them. They sell down here at the Durham Farmers Market. They sell to Whole Foods. They sell to Red and White. You've heard of these guys, the Cheek Road Produce. You've heard of beekeepers. You buy from them because they offer the pesticide-free products. So many of these farmers have gone to this developer and asked for the land because they need the land to provide food for us, and they were turned down. Also, the developers, we've seen over on Olive Branch, we've seen over on Dr. Nichols Road, that those farmers quit. They could not afford the taxes, the watershed taxes, and all of those things that are associated with the developments coming in. So what I'm just going to remind all of us tonight, that if we put this back in the urban growth area, it will have an impact on our food supply. It will definitely have an impact on us.
Thank you. I see about 2.5 dozen hands raised.
May I ask why the timer isn't on so I can see what?
Because we have a timer going virtually, but we can set that timer.
I don't know, I'm it watches, yeah. Thank you very much. I'm Rebecca Freeman with 1818 Southview Road. Thank you for allowing me to my comment tonight. My slides are, the first one is maintain I'm sorry, okay, maintain Kemp Road within the future growth area. Lick Creek is a designated 303D impaired stream by the state. It's in the middle of this area, as you can see on the map. Adjacent area is Falls Lake Critical Watershed. There's a lack of fire station and firefighters to serve this future growth area. It's not within a 15-minute walking distance of shopping, grocery stores, and jobs. Lick Creek already has 7,000 dwellings approved for increase of 17,000 residents. This will increase the strain on existing infrastructure, such as an additional 56,000 vehicle trips in the next 2 to 4 years. It does not meet the comprehensive policy number 117 as related to the infrastructure, such as roads, schools, EMS, police, hospital capacity. And there has not been a cumulative impact study for this new high-density development in rural areas, so we really know what the impacts are going to be. In the future growth area, please turn your attention to the right side of this population growth figures. The top table shows the population change in North Carolina in 2022. Durham is number 32 in a population inflow, outflow. For every 100 people leaving Durham, 109 came to Durham. The lower table was presented to by DataWorks to the City Council recently. As you can see, 0.8 people are leaving Durham daily, and about 2.2 households with about 1.5 persons per household are coming to Durham. So we're not having this huge, right now, this huge influx of people. And with the downturn in tech industry and the layoffs, it may be changed. To the left side of the slide, by 2050, 60,000 housing units are estimated to be needed by Triangle Council of Governments. 150,000 housing units are included in the new comprehensive plan, and excess of 90,000 housing units, 60% more than is needed, is in the plan, plus 140 extra with the Research Triangle Park. Thank you very much.
Okay, I saw about a little over a dozen to a dozen and a half hands raised.
All right. Tammy Sawaya, Baptist Road. And I'm going to talk to you about the fire. There's no new fire station in the southeast area. There's no fire plans in the capital improvement plan, and we've got over almost 18,000 dwelling units coming to this area. The performance audit on October 22 says that response time is the most effective, and the suburban requirements are to meet 90% of the time. Four firefighters are supposed to be there within 8 minutes because it's a 2 in, 2 out. I talked to the firemen that were here talking about the wages. They're not making the 2 in, 2 out now. And the city council work session last week, the firemen said that if they continue to go to other areas and we might lose 60 more firefighters. We don't have the people to handle our situations now, so why are we going to change the growth boundary? Also, on the audit, the most recommended thing was that we should continue monitoring response time to ensure service levels are delivered within acceptable levels based on the city's risk tolerance. We know we got a problem now. Let's get our infrastructure and let's get it right before we grow even more. It could affect every one of you or your loved ones. Thank you.
Thank you. Saw about two dozen hands raised.
Hi, my name is Carrie Woke. I live at 5602 Dude Ranch Road in Durham. And my slide is also talking about the Durham Fire Department. So in the audit done in October, it was recommended that staff should consider using an outside consultant to further study the future demand on the department. As you can see that as of 2022, that incidents are rising. So we are not currently, as you saw in the previous slide, able to keep up with our response times, much less all this future growth that we are proposing. So as the staff stated earlier, they recommended these parcels be kept out of the urban growth boundary due to the lack of infrastructure, as we're talking about here, as well as environmental impact. So many of these developments are far too close to Falls Lake, and there is too much environmental destruction. We need to preserve these parts of Durham as low density so that there's space for nature. And I know fighting climate change is important to all of us. And as the gentleman earlier so eloquently stated, much better than I could have, clear cutting these forests is not the way to combat this existential crisis that we're facing as a society. So I don't want us to look back and regret these irreversible decisions that we're making here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Saw about 24 hands raised.
Sorry, I was just waiting for my slide to change. I can go ahead and just start speaking. My name is Michael Rowe. I live at 5602 Dude Ranch Road in Durham. I first wanted to speak specifically to the effect that the proposed changes to the urban growth boundary would have on the emergency medical services in the area. The EMS services in Durham are already stretched thin. The total calls are on the rise, and target response times are not being met. Any change that would put further strain on the EMS system in Durham without any forethought of the infrastructure surrounding that would be very detrimental to the area, to all of Durham, and put lives at risk. I also wanted to just echo the sentiments of previous speakers in regard to the negative and irreversible damage that could be wrought on Durham with the proposed changes to the urban growth barrier in regard to drinking water, wildlife, climate change, and the health and safety of the residents of Durham. Thank you.
I saw about 12 hands raised.
Sorry. Hello, my name's Donna Steinbach. I live at 4825 Jimmy Rogers Road in Durham, North Carolina. The first responders are so critical, yet right now the resources are limited. The Durham firefighters feel underpaid. They're talking about 60-some leaving this year, and we're losing them to other counties. This is a very tough situation. Also, our hospitals and doctors' offices are crowded. Sicker patients have put a strain on the Triangle hospitals. My son, who lives in Durham, has to go to Wake Med for his cancer treatments, and because they could fit him in easier than the hospitals here. And they were more responsive in getting him in immediately. We also have the Durham Police asking for assistance from Chapel Hill and Orange County Sheriff to help out. You know, we should not be having to ask for help, and this was on May 18th this year. Okay, next slide. Looking at the coverage, we see that from a firefighter's point of view, on the right-hand side, you see only 2 stations, Fire Station 8 and Fire Station 17, covering this whole area. And what we've got projected for growth is over on the left side. We've got, for these 4 creek areas that intersect these pieces of land, we have total approved 12,494 dwellings and approximately 3,466 acres. So this is, then you look at the ones pending, we have 17,900 new dwelling units for an additional 42,800 people. We need to adhere to Comprehensive Plan Policy 117, ensure the developments within the urban growth boundary are well established to the level of services for emergency services.
Thank you. Okay, I see about 2.5 hands raised.
My name is Tina Motley Pearson. I live at 2205 Olive Branch Road. So environmental impacts due to development. So even with the flocculants being used in the retention basins, turbidity levels were the highest levels measured in Lick Creek. Samantha Kropp with the Neuse Riverkeeper went out and she measured Lick Creek at levels 3,900% above the state standard, which is pretty crazy. So clearly the flocculants aren't working, like just clearly. This is actually City of Durham Public Works. This is from them. Nitrogen and phosphorus increase from the city. So you can see, you'll see it in red, that the nitrogen is 40.7% and the phosphorus is 47.7%. And of course, nitrogen and phosphorus, when you have that together, these are nutrients that increase algae blooms. So you don't want increases in that, but this is from development. Now, off to the side, you're going to see a date. And these are actually, it's 2015 to 2018. So we actually didn't have quite as much development as we do right now. So these aren't really quite accurate numbers, which brings me to this slide. Recent data where Lick Creek flows into Falls Lake. And this is data from North Carolina State University up to May 2023. And you're going to see a significant increase at the mouth of Lick Creek to algal biomass as chlorophyll A, which is 45% higher, and the total phosphorus increased by 27%. So it's just a mess. And if you drive out Olive Branch Road, Doc Nichols, you'll see all the development, muddy water. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. I see about 2.5 dozen hands raised.
Good evening. Thomas Freeman, 1818 Southview Road, Durham, North Carolina. Lifelong resident of Durham. That means I'm vested in Durham. Own property here, owned property for many, many years. Would have been here sooner, but we had to make another detour off of Death Alley on NC 98. 3 ambulances on the scene, victims being transported. Saw another one yesterday head-on 98, but I digress. I'd like to draw your attention to the map. I'll be summarizing. I'd like to draw your attention in particular to the 3 areas that are circled. Those are the 3 areas we have discussed with you tonight. And it is our strong recommendation based on this information provided to you tonight to remove these areas from the high density, the urban growth boundary, not to be included in the urban growth boundary. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. I'll draw your attention to the visual, and I'll be reading from a letter from the Southern Environmental Law Center. If you don't know, Southern Environmental Law Center is the Southeast's largest 501 environmental nonprofit organization, more than 80 attorneys and 75 staff members. They have a very successful case rate. And on the 3rd of February, they provided a letter to Mayor O'Neill, Commissioner Brenda Howardin, City Manager Wanda Page, stating that the city's failure to enforce water quality standards, and it goes on to talk about Lick Creek. I hold in my possession the document, about a 20-page document, dated May 10, to principals involved in a development in Durham County, and it is a 60-day notice for intent to sue under violations under the Clean Water Act. I am not under their employment. I am not an attorney, but I will tell you that suit is progressing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Saw about 2.5 hands raised.
2.5 dozen.
Sorry, 2.5 dozen hands raised. Okay. Great. So we're going to go back to the remaining folks who have signed up to speak. So we have Charles Herbst, Gary McLean, we have Bonita Green, and Becky Winster.
Mr. Chairman and Board, thank you for your patience. I just had surgery on my foot, and I hope to be up walking around in the village of Culp Harbor in a couple of weeks. My name is Charles Herbst. My wife Rosemary is with me. We live at 202 Pinot Court there in the village of Culp Harbor. My remarks are extemporaneous. I didn't plan to speak tonight, but I feel compelled to do so. I guess I'm the anchor man. 15 years ago, the powers to be endorsed the concept of having a 55 or older community. I kind of compare this to a marriage. It was a honeymoon then, but there was no commitment, and there's no commitment in this comprehensive plan. There needs to be some modification. I know that a lot of work has gone into it. It's been a great job. It's a mammoth job to do, but it's been overlooked. And there needs to be some kind of modification to make a commitment to continue to support this concept that was endorsed some 15 years ago. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. See about 24 hands raised.
Good evening. My name is Gary McLean. I live at 4712 Jimmy Rogers Road, Durham, North Carolina. I am an opponent of expanding the urban growth boundary. We just need to slow down and let our infrastructure catch up, get more firefighters on board, more EMS. If we did expand it out on Cheek Road and Patterson Road and Kemp Road, there's no mass transit out there. It's no bus routes, and the vehicles the traffic is just atrocious. I mean, if you're out there every day, you might wait at Highway 98 at 4 points. You might wait for three sections for the lights to change, and the traffic just can't keep up. I mean, we've just got to slow down. It's reality. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. And I see about 24 hands raised.
Good evening, Commissioners and Chair Amendolia. My name is Bonita Green. I live at 831 Center Street in Durham. And I was on the on the working groups and creating the comprehensive plan. I also was part of the policy working groups as well. And so there was, a lot of people here may not know, but there was direct intentionality to engage with communities who typically don't have a seat at the table, so that their voices would be heard. So there was a cross-section of representation of people between races, ages, sex, creed, whatever. There was a cross-section of that, even socioeconomic backgrounds. There were a lot of people involved in this process who also lived in DHA housing. So while it may not, serve everyone's needs, there may have some people who feel that it's not addressing their need, there needs to be understanding that there was intentionality to involve a cross-section of people of voices who are not usually invited to be at the table. And that's very important in this process. And so I ask that, you all keep that in consideration as we move forward. And just like there was intentionality in this process, I want to say there needs to be intentionality in development and planning and how we move forward with that, as well as we move out into the urban tier. Durham is in an environmental crisis right now. We talk about the housing crisis, but we don't talk about the environmental crisis. And that needs to be addressed as we consider future planning of development and housing. And some of these areas, they're really not suited for dense development. So while you as a commission may not feel that your voices are always heard by the council, the general public hears you. And we appreciate you and your voices and your level of expertise that you bring to the table on this. So thank you.
Thank you. I see about 2.5 hands raised. So we have Becky coming up, and then after this, we'll turn to our Zoom participants. If you are in the Zoom meeting and you are wanting to speak on this case, please go ahead and start raising your hands at this time. I should have said this earlier, but if you're in Zoom, please only raise your hand to indicate you would like to speak. It gets a little confusing to see who wants to speak when hands go up and go down. And a reminder for those in Zoom, if folks have already said things that you resonate with or were planned to be included in your comments, we have that on the record. You don't need to say it again, and we appreciate your time tonight. Becky?
Good evening. Would you please turn on the timer for me, please? My name is Becky Winders. I live at 4 Glenmore Drive. And it has been my privilege to serve on the Housing and Neighborhoods Policy Working Group I think I was invited, or I was appointed to be on this group because I was a member of the Coalition for Affordable Housing and Transit. But I'm not speaking for them. I'm speaking for myself. At this time, I hope we will have a position by the time we get all the way through have something to say by the time we get all the way through this process. And I want to thank the planning staff and the planning board for all the effort you have put into this plan, that you have made every effort to involve as many people as possible and to actually listen to them. And as we had the summary that was given this evening, you actually recorded what people said and made some changes on the basis of it, you know. But I'm never satisfied, and I think that, well, there's some very good goals in there, and I have some things on my written sheet here that we particularly like, but there's a very nice affordable housing goal, which we very much support, but it seems too vague in general, and we're not confident that it is actually going to have any impact on as it is, on the actual development regulation. And I don't know exactly where it should be put, but the transit opportunity area is a good place, because I don't believe the description of the transit opportunity area came from the Durham community. I believe it came from the Council on the New Urbanism, and it needs to have affordable housing in it, and that needs to be part of the consideration of affordable housing. I need to look at policy 165 also.
Thank you. Okay, see about a half dozen to a dozen hands raised. And we're going to turn to our Zoom participants. So first we have Judy Tesk.
Hi, my name is Judy Teskey. My address is 5209 Niagara Drive, 27517. So we've been going pretty fast here, but I wanted just to ask everyone to take a moment and think about a specific person you know, who you care about, who's aging. Maybe your mother, your grandfather, your favorite aunt, a godparent, an elderly friend. Think about a specific person. And with that person in mind, consider how they're going through the aging process. Like Vincent mentioned, you may have seen their eyesight changed, so they're more cautious about driving, especially at night. They might not be hearing as well as they used to. They might need a walker or a cane, so they might move more slowly. Aging is hard, and we need support and choices. So existing 55+ neighborhoods were created in Durham and with Durham's support and encouragement, and they've proven to be a wonderful option for many of the folks who live in them. I live in VCA, as you might have guessed, and I know my neighbors, which is amazing and wonderful. I see them on the streets as I walk my dog, and I do mean on the streets. As I understand it, the comprehensive plan, if it doesn't acknowledge the legally designated over 55 communities, such as the one I live in that already exists, then the planning department has no recourse to help us as development increases to high density and high traffic next to our homes and through our streets. We ask that the comprehensive plan clearly acknowledges the special needs of Durham's senior population, including options. We're trying to stop progress and development. We're just trying to make sure that we're considered. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll acknowledge we have about 24 hands raised. Next, we'll go to Chris Laws.
Thank you. I'm Chris Laws. I'm the Executive Director of Preservation Durham, and we would like to applaud the efforts of the committee to specifically address preservation equity issues and making an affirmative commitment to supporting active preservation of Durham's historical built environment and material culture. On behalf of our organization, I look forward to partnering with you in protecting Durham's unique historical assets and cultural heritage through 2050 and beyond. And thank you for all of your hard work and thought that you've put throughout this process. And thank you for listening to our feedback.
Thank you. Next, we have Nancy Dory.
Hi, thank you. My name is Nancy Dory. I live at 407 Lancaster Drive in Durham County. I'd like to make 3 quick points. The first is just my praise and my appreciation to the planning department staff who led this process. It's been just an excellent process, and they've actively reached out in so many ways, so many times for public participation, and we're very, very grateful. Also for their foresight in looking into the future and addressing major challenges that are coming our way, with the population expected to double in Durham in the next 25 years, with more and more frequent extreme weather events. The plan recognizes these things and begins to really address them, calling for 30% of the land be conserved within the next 25-year period as well, recognizing the importance of protecting wildlife habitat, natural heritage lands, et cetera. So thank you for thinking so hard about our future and making sure it's a good place to live for our children and grandchildren. Second point I want to bring out is the emphasis, the general planning principle that flows throughout, that development should follow infrastructure. I really hope that that Durham can implement this very, very seriously, not only in terms of the emergency services readiness, the schools, and our Durham city and county roads, but I think the plan needs to also recognize that we need tighter coordination with the state. Our roads all connect to major state arteries, and right now, while we ask the State Department of Transportation for some feedback on major proposed developments, there's no authority for the state to say, we're really sorry, but that interchange is already at capacity or beyond. So getting the state more involved. And finally, I would hope that our policies that currently talk about discouraging environmentally harmful practices like clear cutting and mass grading,
Nancy,
instead.
Nancy, your 2 minutes are up.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see about 12.5 hands raised. Okay, next we have Clark and Betty, or sorry, next we have Rob Levinsky. I went out of order.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi, I'm Rob Levinsky. Thanks for your time. I'm at 3805 West Cornwallis Road in Durham. I want to urge you all in the strongest possible terms to keep the urban growth boundary as shown in the proposed comprehensive plan. The extension of the UBG into any other areas, most specifically my concern is Arrowhead, is not aligned with the clearly stated goals of the plan. Arrowhead contains environmentally sensitive areas, ecologically important land, and farmlands. The Durham planning staff has indicated 60,000 new units are needed in the next 30 years to keep up with growth. There's 150,000 units possible within the existing UBG, so encroachment into other areas is not necessary. Extending the UBG doesn't serve the interests of anyone except developers seeking personal profit at the public's expense. Arrowhead's specifically is not suited for high density growth and would require significant public investment according to city water management. Due to the topography of the area, a small portion could be developed. The unit cost investment would be very high. The infrastructure of public utilities doesn't support the growth. Please don't let the desire for personal gain from a couple of self-interested landowners take precedence over the needs and interests of the entire Durham community. These landowners have the ability to develop their properties in accordance with current zoning. I have no objection to that. All the community asks is they not be given preferential treatment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I see about 2.5 hands raised. Next we have Clark and Betty Thomas.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
Yes, this is Clark Thomas, 504 Santee Road, Durham. I'm a county resident. I live in the critical watershed with my wife, Betty. And just would like to take a moment, kind of step back for just a second. I do think that the effort that's gone into planning is a good thing. Having a plan is better than not having a plan. The reality is that decisions are being made with respect to development where there's no input from DOT. As we know, DOT had a big 98 widening project, and that has been put on the back burner due to funding. And so these developments are going in without regard to some of these infrastructure. So what does that mean? Does that mean your comprehensive plan is bad? No, it just means it needs to be phased. It needs to be phased in. So, you should start where you've got the best infrastructure and then slowly work out. I would also ask you to think about neighborhoods in town like Forest Hills. I mean, it's a beautiful neighborhood. And ask yourself, would you like to live in Forest Hills, or would you like to live in a clear-cut area where you can pass a pint of sugar, a cup of sugar, out your window to your neighbor? It's just not conducive to the type of development that people are looking for. If you're just trying to put people in houses, that's one thing. But if you're trying to create this sense of Durham, I think there's another way of going about it. So I would ask that you phase this plan instead of just roll it out without regard to infrastructure. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I see about 2.5 dozen hands raised. Those are everyone. That's everyone that has signed up to speak and who indicated they want to speak in Zoom. If there's anyone else who would like to add something new to this discussion that has not had the chance to provide comments yet, if you're in person, please come to the podium at this time. If you're in Zoom, please raise your hand.
I'm Ricky Cates. I own the land at 2523 and 2503 Hamlin Road. That's the land y'all talked about earlier on the map. So I own the property at 2503 Hamlin Road that totals over 40 acres of land. The property is currently in the suburban tier area. Based on the current proposal of the new urban tier map, my property would be bordered in the urban tier area. I'm requesting my 2 tracts of property be included in the new urban growth area. The land in this area is not favorable for perk sites, and without access to sewer, it eliminates the building of any houses on the property. The property currently has the property currently has city water, which has been paid for, natural gas, and high-speed internet. Approximately a year ago, I had C3 Design and Engineer survey the property, and they advised based off the lay of the land, part of my property would flow naturally to the existing nearby sewer lines. This property is located within 4 minutes of Duke Regional Hospital, multiple shopping centers, in North Roxborough Street. Most of the land west of this property is industrial property. The Planning Board and the City Commissioners just voted and approved for the development of Eno Venture Industrial Park, which is located on Hamlin Road, less than 1 mile from this property. Also, the future Northern Durham Parkway will be almost within sight of this property. When I purchased this property 12 years ago, I considered it a possible future growth based on the fact that it was in the suburban tier and already had city water to the property and for the options of the property in the future. If I would have known that I would not have access to sewer or any future growth, I would not have purchased the property. Please take this in consideration and include my property in the new urban growth area, and do not remove my property from the future access to the sewer. If my property is included in the urban growth area, it does not mean I'm going to develop it. Having access to water and sewer does help in using the property for different options, also for building houses for my family. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Kerry Steinbach. I live at 4825 Jimmy Rogers Road in Durham. We've had a lot of speaking about environmental issues with this. One of the things that kind of gets through the cracks and nobody addresses is the education system. In all of these developmental areas, as growth goes, we've got to have schools to support them. Right now, in all these areas, and you saw the numbers, I'm not going to name them, we have 1 high school, Southern High School. We have 1 middle school, Neal Middle School. We only have 4 elementary schools, which is Spring Valley, Merrick Moore, Glen, and Oak Grove. with all the numbers that y'all saw adding more and more and more houses, these developers are going to tell you, oh, these houses are for young couple, no kids. It's not going to impact the schools. Do y'all believe that? We are already over capacity in these schools. Many teachers like me, I'm a retired teacher. I retired out in 2013. Many teachers are retiring. There are very few young people wanting to go into education. So we have a crisis for these kids. What are we doing to the kids when we continue to add more and more and more kids in classrooms that can't hold the capacity with fewer teachers and fewer resources? Schools cannot be built on a projection. Schools have to be built on hard numbers. So by the time the school system catches up with the population, those kids sitting in those overcrowded classrooms have paid the price. I just ask you to be very careful with your planning and realize that education is also a very, very important part of our growth and development. And I urge you to keep these areas out of the plan. Thank you.
Okay, I see about 2.5 dozen hands raised.
Begin? Okay. So my name is Jacob Freeman. I live at 6408 Olivia Terrace in Raleigh, North Carolina. So first thing you'll probably notice is I didn't give you a Durham address. But I want you to fully be aware of the changes that you're proposing with regard to the urban growth boundary, how it will affect Wake County residents and specifically those who rely on Falls Lake for drinking water. You've seen the pictures that have been shown to you. I think they tell a pretty compelling picture along with the pictures plus the numbers that was presented from NC State University regarding the damage that's being done. These areas out in some of these locations cannot be developed as dense as would like to be developed by the developers who stand to profit from it because of the way that the land and natural topography of the land is. So I would ask that you not approve this, not move forward with expansion of the urban growth boundary. My concern is mainly an environmental concern as a Wake County resident. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I see about 2 dozen hands raised. Okay, back to Zoom. I see Pam Andrews.
Good afternoon. Hope everybody can hear me okay. I just wanted to say tonight, unfortunately, I'm not able to be there in person, but I thank my team, Preserve Rural Durham, for speaking very well tonight. I wanted to update something Tom Freeman said. There is currently a 3-car accident on Wake Forest Highway at the corner of Wake Forest and Hokett Road, and I understand it's very likely to be a fatality. Those roads cannot hold this traffic. It is unreal. But I also want to speak from the environmental concerns that I've raised many, many times here. Mayor O'Neill and Councilmember Deidreana Freeman visited us Sunday, went out on the lake, went to residents' home, and saw firsthand how much we are straining the infrastructure of this town and the destruction we're doing to the environment. It is unbelievable. I have some numbers from the NC State professor I just wanted to add to what Tina Pearson-Motley said. At the mouth of Lick Creek, this is current data, not the data that stopped in 2018. This is data that was analyzed from December 2022. Our chlorophyll A is up 45%. Our total phosphorus is up 27%. And our total nitrogen to phosphorus ratio, because the nitrogen's not really changing, but phosphorus is, that negative ratio is what toxic algae thrives off of. Total nitrogen didn't change much. Total phosphorus has significantly increased. And the cyanobacteria does thrive off of this low nitrogen to phosphorus ratio. Chlorophyll A has significantly increased. As the mayor and Deidreana Freeman saw in person, we are destroying Falls Lake. We have to stop and look at what we're doing to our environment before we continue to add more to the urban growth boundary and removing the future off Kemp Road status. We thank you for what you do, but we ask you humbly to please think about the environment. Thank you.
Thank you. I see about 2 dozen hands raised. Next, we have Jack McGrath.
Yes. Hi, I'm Jack McGrath from 224 Macy Grove Drive in Chapel, actually Chapel Hill, Durham. So I have a couple questions. Number one, why aren't there any parks in the south of I-40? Over here, we're kind of ignored. Also, Durham's high density program south of I-40 no longer works because the light rail system has been killed. So why is it still in the plan? Especially in the south of I-40 where there aren't any viable roads. Granted, we have Barrington Road, which is very nice, but that's one road. It's not a viable road system. And this, I think the planning committee needs to get up with technology. For example, TASS, which is Transportation as a Service. They have to think about these big things coming in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. I saw about a dozen hands raised on that one. Next, we have Joni Brown.
Hi, I'm Joni Brown, and I live at 3822 Alameda Street in Durham County. I have a question as to how the 30% was reached for nature preserve, and if there was any study done as far as, you know, is 30% a viable number to encourage our environment rather than be detrimental to it. I'm very concerned about environmental impact, and with that 30%, I also have a question about what is our percentage right now of development in Durham County, Durham City, and when we do reach that 30% of natural area, does that mean there's going to be a halt to development? Just a curiosity question. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, we have Andrew Hefner.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity to speak. What I have to say sort of echoes a lot of what's already been said, but specifically to the Cortez project. I've been here in this neighborhood about 20 years now, and what attracted me to move here was three things: the ease of transportation, get to anywhere in Durham in 15 minutes, the beauty of the natural environment around here. It's a urban/rural area, but there's great environmental quality. And the third thing was the affordability of the housing. It's easily affordable by moderate, even low income people. And the development on Cortez, combined with all of the other developments in the area, are going to make none of those things true in 5 years from now. So all those things that attracted us are no longer going to be applicable. So specifically with the Cortez and also the adjoining property that was discussed by this committee last meeting, I think it's called the South Miami project. The write-up on those is incorrect in a couple areas. One is the amount of wetlands that is inside the property boundaries. I've been here 20 years. I've spent countless hours walking back in that area, and the estimates of the wetlands are nowhere near what is actually back there. And it is a wildlife corridor that should be protected and not destroyed.
Andrew, your 2 minutes are up.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I see about a dozen hands raised. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on this item tonight? Okay, seeing none, we're going to turn to commissioner question and comment. And we have three action items here. First is we need to discuss Hamlin Road and provide a straw poll on which direction we think we should take there. Second, we are going to discuss and have a vote on the place type map. And then after that, we are going to have a discussion and place a vote on essentially the rest of the comprehensive plan, the policies and actions and implementation. So first, we'll turn to Hamlin Road. Staff, could we get the side-by-side map comparison for Hamlin Road back on the screen? And are there any questions or comments that planning commissioners, any additional questions or comments planning commissioners have about the Hamlin Road situation? Oh, you need to, can you disclose that?
Chair, I actually live in the Hamlin community, and so, I mean, I don't have an interest in any property other than my own, but just out of abundance of caution, I wanted to let everyone know on the commission that, in fact, that I do live in that area.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we've got the image in front of us. So we're just going to jump into the straw poll. If you prefer the option on the left, please raise your hand. On the left, I see 4 hands raised. And if you prefer the option on the right, please raise your hand. I see 8 hands raised. Okay. Great, thank you. Next up, the place type map. Do we have discussion, question items? And sorry, actually, before we get into this, wow, this is going to be a really disorganized thought, y'all. I'm sorry about this. I'm going to go back to the public comment for just a quick second. So I appreciate everybody's engagement on the comprehensive plan, and I appreciate all the emails we received this weekend. One piece of advice I wanted to offer in terms of strategy for communicating this information is if you have a big group of people that you know are going to be in agreement and saying the same thing, it can be much more efficient to have that list of names and say, these 65 people, these 80 people, whatever, all agree with this statement, and send that as one message. Because I'm going to be honest, when we receive email, like the same email that has the same like copy and paste 60 times, I start to, just being honest as a person, I start to say, okay, it's the same content, and I move on, and I don't get the full depth. And so if you're looking to take that approach, I recommend putting a list of names together saying we all agree with this. And then if you want to email and say, hey, I also want to add this note, or maybe you begin your email with, hey, here's a specific story to me of why I care about this. I think that is more helpful and will be more helpful for the elected officials, because they get even more emails than we do, and so I imagine they start ignoring stuff even quicker than we do. So just throwing out that piece of advice for y'all. Again, I appreciate everybody's emails, but that was something I kind of was reflecting on this weekend as I was getting emails. Okay, before we get into the place type map, I did want to just provide an update to my fellow commissioners. We discussed this last Wednesday at the Joint City-County Planning Committee. Well, we discussed the full comprehensive plan, but as you can imagine, and as our public hearings have gone, most of the focus was around the place type map, particularly the urban growth boundary. And what I would relay to you, and this is all public record, so you can go back and watch it yourself, but so you don't have to, there's a lot of consternation about what to do with the urban growth boundary. And in particular, it seems that my read is that we've been tiptoeing around the fact that what we've been proposing with the urban growth boundary basically forces us to densify. And the closer we get to potentially approving the comprehensive plan, I think the more people are starting to sit with and deal with that reality, and it's becoming an increased concern. So I just want to note, like, the conversation we had with the city council and the county commissioners that were in that meeting revolved significantly around, are we really saying that we're drawing the lines and we're going to have to start building up? And there are different opinions about which way we should go, as you all can imagine, but wanted to frame that up as like the context for where at least the JCCPC's head is at when it comes to the place type map and the urban growth boundary. Also, I'm going to ask staff a question. I'm sorry to put you on the spot here, but I know that the joint city-county committee, not the planning committee, had a meeting today as well to discuss these like 7 areas that we've talked about. Is there any update that we need to be aware of? Can you give us just like a brief overview of how that conversation went?
Yes, so we did present this to the Joint City-County Committee this morning, which is different from the Joint City-County Planning Committee, which met last week, and which had Commissioner Jacobs is on both, but had different members. I'd say today there were several city council members were absent, so we didn't get a full discussion from all the elected officials, but I think today's meeting there was generally more support for the urban growth boundary as proposed, where there was a lot more discussion at JCCPC about whether that would be kind of precluding housing opportunities.
Great, thank you. Okay, are there any commissioner questions or comments on the place type map? Commissioner Morgan.
Yes, I had a question for staff. I know there was listed about 5 different areas that would be revised. I know one that kind of hits me in the face is the waiting for the US 70 corridor study to complete. Do we have any time frames on each of those modifications to the place type map? I mean, I know we've listed them, but do we have a time frame in which those will be completed?
We don't have a time frame. I know whenever the US 70 study is finalized and we know what the design will be, then as soon as possible afterwards, we would like to update it, but we just need to make sure that we have staff time and capacity available to do that. But that should be within a couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those things that I know as we get cases that do have these corridors or different place types that could change as a result of that. I think that it would be helpful to get some guidance on that, especially as cases come forward to us. And then if that's before we get a finalized place type, that would be helpful.
Yes, sir, we can certainly do that to the best of our ability.
Yeah, I understand. You just got to do your best guess at that time, right? It makes sense.
Thank you. Other question? Commissioner Cease.
Thank you. I have kind of three comments to make in general. And I'll preface it by saying, and I've said this the other times that we've had an opportunity to talk about the comprehensive plan, is that I want to start by just acknowledging that I think staff's done a fabulous job, particularly on the items we'll be discussing next, the policy, the engagement, some of the comments that we heard from the public earlier today about the intentionality around all of that. We also heard someone reference the specificity with which staff went through all of the comments, and I went through, staff provided, when I requested it several months ago, their work file consisting of coding every single comment that came in, no matter the means or venue through which it was collected. And so that's, I'm prefacing it because those comments are really more about the comprehensive plan in general and not the place types map. But I want to just make it clear that I appreciate the amount of work and appreciate where we are as a community with regards to the draft of the comprehensive plan. But on the place types map, I think it's something that reflecting on it the past couple of weeks, something that I think just seems evident at this point. It didn't seem evident to me 10 months ago, back in the fall, or when we had a workshop with staff, or in earlier policy working group committee meetings. It didn't seem evident, and many of us were on some of those groups. But now that we have a comprehensive plan on the threshold of being adopted, there is much more community consensus that I think should be included in attaching to it the granularity that the place types map represents. There are very specific parcel level decisions that are captured in this place types map that staff has gone through in incredible detail. And so the three comments that I want to make about the place types map and the decisions that we have in terms of shaping a recommendation for tonight are that, you know, as Chair Amendolia referenced, a lot of the consternation has been around the urban growth boundary. We've heard that from the community tonight. We've heard that at every meeting, and opinions in both ways. We've heard more in previous meetings versus tonight's meetings from owners who are impacted by the proposed changes. And nearly all of the proposed changes are constricting the urban growth boundary. There may be a one or two off site-specific instance where it's an expansion relative to what we have now. So all the community consternation about, well, we shouldn't be expanding the urban growth boundary, shouldn't be expanding the urban growth boundary. Well, we're not. There's nothing that is proposed to be expanding the urban growth boundary. The decision is, do we constrain it based on the work that's been done to date, and both public work and staff work looking at a policy level. So that's one category. But I'm also uncomfortable with some of the individual parcel level decisions, and so all of this has been relayed in general to staff, not with great specifics, but I appreciate staff working to hear us out and make changes, especially with the early version. I'm not suggesting that the place types map hasn't progressed, but I still think it's not at a place, certainly not at a place equal to the quality and intentionality of the comprehensive plan policies and objectives and goals. I think there are problematic parcel level decisions, for instance, calling out apartment and townhouse neighborhoods where there's kind of ecologically or environmentally significant lands with historical, cultural, historical significance there that it just may not have been fully accounted for in, how many parcels was it across the county? You know, looking at 100,000 parcels? 20,000. 120,000 parcels. So an incredible task. And so I think that just the consternation we've heard is an indication of perhaps discomfort or lack of clarity around process. And that's not a fault, it's a reflection on where we are. And then there's, as I said, some internal decisions. And then lastly, the purported benefits to constraining the urban growth boundary as is being proposed. As an engineer, as an architect, a planner, I'm just not convinced that the benefits that are described as some of the considerations fully align with the benefits that the community would receive if we were to adopt what is proposed. So my strong preference would be to, well, I'll say it, is to adopt the comprehensive plan and then to come back and to revisit the place types map with similar intentionality and effort that was put into developing the comprehensive plans and goals and objectives, and perhaps a little more public engagement around the larger goals and objectives, but also around many of the site-specific conditions that a lot of you in the audience and a lot of those who've spoken before have brought forth. So thank you.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? Commissioner Shigaris.
Yes, I have a question, I believe, for Sarah Young. You made a comment that something in the place type map that is now considered conservation and something else will be considered or relabeled recreation and open space. Can you, what exactly, conservation and what?
I'm sorry, can you say that question again?
You mentioned that on the place type map, something that is currently considered or called conservation, and it's on one of your first or second slides, is going to be relabeled or now referred to as recreation and open space, or combined with recreation and open space.
Are you referring to the policy about having 30% of the county's land area in permanent conservation?
I don't think so. Maybe.
Yeah, we're not sure. So we have the recreation and open space category, which includes kind of active recreation as well as conservation lands on the place type map. And I don't
But
believe
it's all going to be under recreation and open space. It's not going to be listed as conservation.
That's correct.
And so that's a policy, not necessarily on the place type map.
Yeah, it was felt at this level, trying to figure out which ones were active recreation, which ones were permanently conservation is difficult. So that's kind of a step that we want to do after as an implementation measure.
Does that mean at any time in the future, if it was in the past a conservation, meaning nothing happens there, that it could be like possibly turned into a recreation and open space, a park with pavement and?
So if it's something that has a conservation easement, or it's in permanent conservation because it's owned by, it's a federal or state conservation lands, then no, those are permanent. It's just on the land use map itself, we just wanted to designate the areas that there would be no houses or jobs, basically, would remain open space. So one of the implementation measures we want to do is figure out what, as a community, we think permanent conservation means and how we can achieve the 30% goal, which would be kind of separate from what's shown as open space on the map, because some of it will be, parks with parking lots and tennis courts and those sorts of things.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? Commissioner Baker.
Yeah, we received a lot of comments about the urban growth boundary and the future growth area in southeast Durham. Are those areas changing from the original proposal? Are we seeing an expansion of the urban growth boundary in southeast Durham?
No, so the staff recommendation is what we proposed in January, and as Commissioner Cease mentioned, they're all retractions from what the current suburban tier has. But we did not recommend any changes except for the change to the future growth area.
That's the one.
Yeah.
The one change. Okay.
But then at your, was it March 28th meeting, the Planning Commission did, in the straw poll, recommend adding to those two areas, changing two areas and adding them back to the urban growth boundary, in addition to the Hamlin Road one today.
Okay, so I'm sorry, adding back to the urban growth boundary, so allowing more development on the outskirts. I understand.
That's right, yeah.
Okay. So that was a recommendation by the Planning Commission, because I think I missed that meeting.
Yeah, that was when we did the straw poll.
To the Oxford Stagville area, Oxford Road, Stagville area, and the Cheek Redwood area were the ones that a majority of the Planning Commission voted to recommend adding back to the UGB.
Inside the urban growth boundary to be able to be developed more.
That's right, more densely.
Okay. And that's just for that's a timing thing, right? Like the urban, we have the place type map. That's about density and how you grow in the design and everything. The urban growth boundary is about timing of development.
I think the future growth areas are definitely about timing of development. They're the areas where we know we need some additional resources before it can support development. The urban growth boundary is kind of like the line where denser urban development will happen on the inside with public utilities, and then on the outside it would not. But that being said, we need to reassess with every comprehensive plan, and maybe in between, as we see what's changing, where we need to extend the urban growth boundary in the future, and do that intentionally. And that's why there is a policy about when we should extend the urban growth boundary in the comprehensive plan.
Okay. Is there anyone on the Planning Commission who can explain to me some of the reasoning behind why we decided to add that portion back into the urban growth boundary? I was curious.
Commissioner Baker, I would have to go back to our March 28th meeting to look at the discussion we had on those specific places. The way we did our straw polls, we did not log who voted which way. We just did a straight number either way because it was not an official vote. It wasn't an official movement. It was a preferential straw poll. So I would refer you back to that meeting.
Okay. So our current comprehensive plan has a lot of really great goals and policies, many of which never actually ended up getting implemented or used on a regular basis. But what really was not working well and has not been working well is the future land use map, which essentially we kind of threw into the trash a couple years ago, and have been making decisions sort of on a case-by-case basis. So I see the place type map as the greatest potential value add in this entire process, in addition to the goals and policies. But I am really curious, Commissioner Cease, about your comments about wanting to delay the place types. And I think that's a really big proposal. And so I wanted to follow up on your comments so that I could understand a little bit more about why you think that we should do that.
Yeah, and not to interrupt, but also to interrupt. We are at our 2-hour mark, so we need to take a recess. So let's continue this conversation after our recess so we can give our closed captioners a break. So we're going to recess and return at 7:40 p.m.
Are you a business owner or local nonprofit leader and need to hire help for the summer? If so, our Durham YouthWorks program may be your answer. The program is designed to help young adults develop critical skills and explore career options with top employers during the summer while they are getting paid. Businesses looking to hire some of these young people are invited to attend our YouthWorks recruitment fair at the Durham Convention Center on Thursday, June 22nd from 9:30 a.m. until 12:30 p.m. The fair is your chance to network with, interview, and hire a work-ready young person who has already completed a 5-week work readiness program. You can either hire a worker for $3,000 or host one for up to 8 weeks, and we will provide a stipend to cover the cost of employing them. The deadline for businesses to register for the fair is June 16th. More information can be found at durhamnc.gov/5074.
So Jim, let's get started with you. I know we have a lot of job openings right now. How does that compare to the number that we usually have in the city?
We typically have somewhere around 40 or 50 positions. This is prior to the pandemic. That is what we averaged. We are now at about averaging 120 or so. So 2.5 times what our normal number is.
Mm-hmm. So what is the culture like working for the city? How would you describe it?
There are a couple of things that I would absolutely see as something that goes across all departments. The first thing is, and to me this is one of the other incredibly important things, is realizing that your job impacts the community, whatever it might be, whatever department it's in. The better you do your job, the better the people are in Durham.
We, the people.
Nosotros, de gente.
我们人民.
Mia Dumaville.
Hum sab log. We, the people, hold these truths.
To be self-evident that all men
And women are created equal.
And shall be afforded
The inalienable right
To fair housing.
The City of Durham and HUD are committed to ensuring that everyone is treated equitably when searching for a place to call home.
Price is Right got a bid on it. I don't know. Take it.
Okay, we are going to return from recess. Please take your seats and lower your voices. Okay, Commissioners Baker and Cease, you may proceed with your discussion, line of questioning. I don't know who wants to go first on this one.
Question has come my way. So, can you just restate the question?
Can you elaborate on your previous comments?
That was convenient. So the suggestion was, or the characterization of my comments was that I'm suggesting a delay in adopting the comp plan map. And I guess that's really not, it's not the intention, that's perhaps the impact of what I was suggesting. But I want to back up and say that it's simply a reflection on the immense amount of work that has been done to date, not just on the comp plan policies, but on the mapping, and the value that that is represented in that effort. Notwithstanding that there are different perspectives represented in the community with regards to the boundary that we've heard. I have more issues with some specific properties internal to the boundary, as well as some concerns about the boundary. But it is, my comments and my suggestion were a recognition that there is great value in what is being done to date, but I'm simply uncomfortable with where it is right now. And so I think I've, in general, conveyed that sense of discomfort in previous opportunities to do so. And so but I don't want to throw it out. And so that's, hearing some of the comments we heard earlier about the intentionality around the comprehensive plans and goals and objectives. I mean, there's great work to be done there, but I think there still needs to be some work done or on either the map or on policies and guidance whereby the map can be amended. And so that's where the second half of our conversation on this topic, on this item, kind of relates to this first half. And notably, there's in Appendix H for this item, one of the administrative policies, Policy 165, speaks to how amendments to the place type map shall be considered. And I think that, and this is through the course of tonight's meeting and the preparation of considering the materials for tonight's meeting, this is where this perhaps a boneheaded idea, a bad idea came about, but this is where it came about, is that the administrative policy is basically elevating the place types map to a pretty high level. It identifies a pretty high threshold for changes to be made to the place types map. And I think that policy, since a map is necessary to adopt a comprehensive plan writ large by the state statutes, maybe there is room to massage that particular policy in recognition of some of the anticipated small area planning efforts that are to be done, and in recognition of the fact that staff was tasked with identifying specifically a place types for 125,000 properties, and that's a really tall order without the care, and, well, I don't want to say without, it was really a tall order in conjunction with all of the effort that was being done. So that's my elaboration on my comments.
Yeah, thanks for that. Thanks for that, Commissioner Cease. I guess in general, where I'm standing on the place type map is that it's imperfect. It's certainly not something that I would ideally like to see, but it's a vast improvement over what we have, which is effectively nothing. at the moment. And while we were using the future land use map of the existing comprehensive plan, that essentially was proactively perpetuating and encouraging bad policy, and some inconsistencies with the goals and policies in the current comprehensive plan as well. So one thing you said, Commissioner Cease, that drew my attention was the upcoming, or I think you said anticipated, small area planning. So I did just want to raise that because that was a comment that I had previously sent to staff that I wanted to see some actions around small area planning. So is that accurate? Are we going to be seeing some small area planning? Because that was not previously in the draft of the comprehensive plan.
Implementation list, you can see that we've listed out a lot of the things that we think the best way to implement them is through a small area plan. So we'll be looking at ways to do that, and particularly in areas where the place type map might need a lot more, care and consideration.
Okay, yeah, I remember seeing it was like a category in a table, and I thought it was interesting because we don't actually have small area planning. So I mean, I guess that's one thing I'd like to see is just an action around actually doing small area planning, in part to address some of Commissioner Cease's concerns about the small area plan, so that we can do the fine grained work and get it right in some of these key areas. The last thing I'll just say is the urban growth boundary in the Cheek Road area, and then the future growth area in Southeast Durham as well. When this comprehensive plan started, this comprehensive planning process started in 2019, Durham looked vastly different than it looks now. So I just want to acknowledge that we have sprawled by thousands of acres since the comprehensive plan process started, and we talk about achieving carbon neutrality, and we've got beautiful language, but this has been some of the most climate destructive and environmentally destructive policy making perhaps in the history of our city, just in the past 4 years during the process of the comprehensive plan. Growth that does not include walkability and is car-centric, and separates housing and the people that live in them by different types, and lacks adequate design and services. So putting that back into the comprehensive plan without the assurances that kind of new growth is going to be sustainable in any way is very concerning to me. I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. So I'm wondering, staff, can we redo the straw poll or rethink those areas at all tonight, or are we just going to have to take a vote on the whole plan itself and kind of just leave our comments for City Council and County Commission to consider?
And staff, before you respond, I will just note we are going to be voting on the place type map separately. So the rest of the plan will be a separate vote.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind folks that we did a straw poll. It is unofficial, as the chair mentioned. So what we need to come out of this meeting and this process with you all is a recommendation and your comments for the county commissioners and the city council to consider as they make the final decision. So I think it's less important to suss out the informal poll that was taken, and more important to talk about anything that needs to be talked about today and to inform your vote and your comments with whatever your perspective is on the individual areas.
Okay, so we'll take the votes on the place type map. We'll take a vote on the comprehensive plan. But what you're saying is that the place type map is not necessarily set in stone, that you will be considering our comments before it reaches City Council and County Commission?
So all of the areas that have been raised as concerns or where there's not kind of agreement around, particularly around the urban growth boundary retractions, that information is being presented to council and the commissioners. It was this morning and last week in the joint meetings and will be again at the work sessions in August and the public hearing in August.
Okay, so are they making decisions around each of those areas?
Yeah, so one thing I want to add is it would be best if the Planning Commission would, in your motion, say what you're recommending. And so, we move staff recommendation with these following changes so that we know what the Planning Commission's recommendation actually is. And then for those of you who don't agree with that particular motion, you can vote your conscience and then put your comments in, or explain your vote in your comments. I think it's the best way to go about that.
Okay, because I believe that straw poll was pretty divided, 6-5. So with me, that we probably.
Yeah, and then there was another one that was 5-6.
It'd be very split, yeah.
I wasn't here either.
I'm sorry?
I wasn't here on the straw.
You were also not here? Okay. All right, I'm going to let others speak and do a little thinking.
Yeah, and so I'm going to recap how those straw polls went. We don't have the maps, but just option 1 is the more restrictive option, less developable land. Option 2 is more developable land. So we had 7 straw polls. On the first one, 4 people voted for option 1, 7 for option 2. So 7, the majority was more developable land. The second one, we had 8 vote for option 1, 3 for option 2. Majority was for less developable land. The third was very split, but it was 6 in favor of option 1, 5 in favor of option 2. The fourth was also split the other way, 5 in favor of option 1, 6 in favor of option 2. 5, we had 10 in favor of option 1, 1 member in favor of option 2. 6, everyone who was present was in favor of option 1. And then the 7th, 2 were in favor of option 1, 8 were in favor of option 2, 1 member abstained. So just for the record. Based on the conversation from JCCPC, they are most concerned about the ones that were split votes and that were very close. And I think my interpretation was that they expressed a preference to align with the Planning Commission preference when it was clear and obvious. And in the contested ones, I think they're going to have kind of their own debates and figure out what they want from there.
Can I ask a clarifying question here? Is there a way that we can utilize sort of the place types along with the urban growth boundaries to get the effect that we want, particularly in some of those areas that are split? I don't know if that's something we should be considering here, but I don't know if that helps in terms of thinking about, yeah, we can grow in those areas, but in a certain way based on the place types that are outlined in those areas. To me, that seems like the solution here, but that also speaks to Commissioner Cease's comments about being much more thoughtful about place types, and ultimately the place types determine what the city will look like in particular areas. And so if we're not deliberate about that, then yeah, we're going to run into some situations that won't necessarily work out, or some unintended consequences. So I say that to say, maybe we can move forward and we can work through that as it comes up. I sort of feel the same way about other changes that we're making to the UDO. Nothing's perfect, but let's work through it. And so if we support sort of working through things as they occur, then, you know, then I think we should move in that direction generally, as long as we have a good process in place to make those changes, and we're not overly restrictive when logical changes need to be made.
Yeah, so thank you, Commissioner Cutright, for those comments. What I will say about that is for, let's see, I'm counting 1, 2. Okay, so there were 3 of these 7 where the majority voted for option 2, which is the more expansive version. Of those 3, 2 of them, the recommendation would have designated the area as a new future growth area. And so I think that actually accomplishes what you were suggesting by saying these 2 things, we're going to keep them in the urban growth boundary, just now the suburban tier, but we're designating them as a future growth area, meaning they have to meet a certain set of criteria before we say they are ready for development. The third that was not included in that was related to the existing southeast future growth area, and we removed a portion of that future growth area because, or we suggested removal. We don't have power to actually remove it because the Durham Fire Department had determined that they were able to service that portion of the future growth area. Commissioner Morgan.
Yeah, Commissioner Cease actually kind of triggered some thoughts, as also Commissioner Baker's comments. One of the things that comes to my mind is that with the place type map as it is, we've got 125,000 parcels. And certainly as cases come to us, I mean, my concern is I don't want the place type map to be too fluid, where we just simply change the intention of what is originally was described. What I do think and what I'm hearing would be some of these small area planning boundaries or areas could possibly govern better the use of those different place types. Because again, if we implement the place type, we move forward with it, and then a developer comes in and says, well, this is great, but I want to do something different, and they come up with a nice plan or whatever, and we're too quick to make the change, then really what is the use of that? We kind of get that with the FLUM, and we kind of do that where I know in an area that may be industrial, we're moving it towards residential or something like that. But what comes to my mind in more of what we need to do, and what I think Commissioner Cease is saying is let's take a little more time and maybe put some boundaries around how we define these things. Because if we implement it, say today, as is, and we start getting cases coming in and developers can justify, with a really nice plan and a lot of other attributes to it, we're probably going to be more apt to be willing to change the place type quickly rather than what the original intent is. So then what is the exercise of, what's the value of the exercise with defining areas and parcels as certain, like transportation areas or multi-use or other things that may be different attributes of it, but it seems to almost alter the work, or it also kind of, and I don't want to use the word, probably not the right word, but it almost seems to minimize the value of the work that planning has done with the ones. I tend to see it's kind of very macro level, micro level type planning, where we should probably have some kind of governance or some kind of macro level view of a particular area. So that's kind of my comments. And I almost tend to agree with, taking the time and studying it a little more. I know we've got a lot of stuff we want to get done. We want to get this forward. We want to move on to the rewrite of the UDO. There's a lot of things pushing us in that direction. But I also look at something like this, that it could be a good tool to guide us in the future, or future planning commissioners, to define, okay, this looks like a good way or a good plan, and also it also is guidance for developers to develop in line with what the plans are, what the place types have been designated. So those are kind of my comments in general, and I'm kind of leaning either to let's move forward with it and then change it later, or maybe take the time and put some governance around it so then we can then present it back. But I'm kind of open on the fence either way, but I can see pros and cons in going either direction.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? So Scott and Lisa, could you both speak to kind of like what happens with the comprehensive plan after tonight, particularly as it relates to the place type map, how it's going to be updated over time, what's that engagement process going to look like, when will it be happening, to give folks a flavor for the way that this is a living, breathing document that's going to continue to evolve, and what are kind of the parameters surrounding that?
Yeah, so, and apologize if I'm repeating myself, but to fully answer the question, so we do have the 2-year evaluation and assessment procedures in the policies where we want to do, we had a similar thing in the current comprehensive plan every year, but it wasn't really enough time or effort to really provide good analysis for the comprehensive plan. So we want to do it every 2 years and do more analysis, and particularly look at policies that maybe aren't working like we thought, or policies that we didn't think of that we need to add. But in particular to the map, it's just look at areas where the development trends are clearly they're clearly different than what we anticipated when we adopted the map, and then recommend changes at that time rather than just letting individual applicants come in and change the map piece by piece. The second thing is we do, as Sarah mentioned in her presentation, we do know there's some areas that are kind of in limbo because of like Highway 70 and the Research Triangle Park, where there's currently plans in place that could have significant changes in the place type map, but until we know what those are, it's really, we can't really anticipate what the land uses ought to be. And then the third thing is we will look at beginning a small area planning program. What exactly that looks like, we don't know yet, but there are definitely some things, aside from the place type map, that in the policies and actions, that the only reasonable way to implement those is through a small area plan. And we would also look at changes to the place type map as well. I guess one thing we do need, in addition to the fact that the map is the only thing required by law for a comprehensive plan, it's also, as we begin the update on the UDO, we need to have some guidance about what our zoning districts are going to be and where they're going to go. And so without a map, it's going to be really hard to do that.
Thank you. And Lisa, you had talked about some of the specific items and kind of the engagement that might happen around that. Can you speak to that as well?
So I'll mention first, when Scott mentioned the kind of 2-year process, we also, as part of the implementation, have the Community Goals and Objectives report card that's going to be ongoing engagement as part of that kind of biannual check-in every 2 years. I think that's biannual. In addition, so there's a lot of policies and guidance in the plan about how we approach equitable engagement across our efforts in the department. We've been working on this on the comp plan for the last 4 years, and we're now going to be expanding our efforts around equitable engagement for all of the work that we're doing. So working with, in the small area planning efforts that do happen, and again, we mentioned a couple of them, the US 70 corridor and that visioning that's happening right now to figure out if a more multimodal supportive roadway might be in the future vision of that road instead of a highway. So as we look at kind of the studies that are happening that will influence opportunities for places within the community that we can work towards those 15-minute community characteristics that are in the plan, engagement with folks along those corridors, working to take our equitable engagement efforts that we've been doing in the comp plan process and expanding them to those areas will be part of our efforts.
Great, thank you. Okay, Commissioner Cease.
I'm learning on the fly here, and I think I appreciate other commissioners' comments and staff's responses, and the value, again, of what's been done to date is really something important. But also, I think the concerns that we've heard time and time again from certain property owners and certain other considerations. I'd like to attempt to wrap up three things that maybe we've heard. One is the intention behind small area planning that staff just described, that Lisa just described. And maybe the other two are just concerns that I've attempted to highlight. Kind of the legacy value of the existing suburban tier boundary, and I use that phrase only from the perspective of kind of property interests that have been operating under that proposition for 15 years or whatever it is, and that's not to elevate their interest above any of the other concerns that we're necessarily trying to accomplish. It's just to acknowledge that there is something there to consider. And then thirdly, some of the internal considerations. So I'll put this out there for other commissioners and the chair to kind of consider is maybe there is, and to the staff's comments about needing to be able to adopt a place type map, maybe there's a way to massage or amend the policy 165 administrative policy that speaks to the process for amendments to the place types map to specifically add 3 additional considerations. One would be, some consideration of the legacy value to the tier boundary as it exists today. That doesn't mean development couldn't occur without, and maybe that's to some extent what the future growth area is intended to accomplish, but the future growth area doesn't kind of capture that legacy value consideration. And we heard from one property owner tonight that's affected by that. The second point would be to anticipate, and again, when I say point, second potential change to policy 165 or additional consideration. Anticipate development less intensely than the place types as indicated on the map if it's demonstrably beneficial to either environmental outcomes, affordable housing production, or approaches to equitable engagement and outcomes. So kind of a three-point map there. And if there kind of was an amendment, a modification, amendment's the wrong word, modification to that policy 165, the proposed change, in conjunction with a vote on the draft place types map, maybe that's something to consider.
I like that idea. Anybody else have thoughts or questions? Does staff have any concern with that type of motion?
We actually kind of like Commissioner Cease's suggestion for the amended language. So,
Okay. That sounds great. I would like to move this forward to a motion. So just to reiterate Commissioner Cease's point, Commissioner Cease is suggesting that we make a motion to approve the place type map with a modification to policy 165 to add additional criteria to decisions about the place type map.
Yes, if that criteria that he read is on the record, if perhaps he might be able to give it to us in writing later so we make sure we get it right, we will incorporate that into the policy.
And perhaps Commissioner Cease, you make that motion. That language.
Real quick, you said on point 2, a density less than what's recommended based on the 3 things that you stated, affordable housing, environmental, and the other. Would that not go the other way, and you would be allowed to increase density in certain areas if you also hit those 3 things?
I'm happy to say less than or greater than. I mean, I think both conditions should be represented. I have,
Does anybody want Commissioner Cease to repeat his thing before making this motion? Just to make sure we're good. Okay, cool. Commissioner Cease, you don't have to say the whole thing, but can you make a motion?
it's a good thing I brought a legal pad tonight. I'm not an attorney, but I did write things down on my legal pad. I'd like to make a motion that should I make the motion or just reiterate the points?
You should make the motion.
I make the motion that we recommend approval of the draft place types map with modifications to the proposed policy 165 to include additional criteria for consideration for amendments to the place types map. One being legacy value of some sort to this existing suburban tier boundary prior to any of these map changes being considered. And secondly, to give consideration for development of parcels internal to the urban growth boundary, either more intensely or less intensely than as indicated in the place types map if demonstrably beneficial to environmental concerns, affordable housing production, or approaches to equitable engagement and outcomes.
Okay, I have a proper motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Cease, seconded by Commissioner Cutright. I am closing the public hearing very quickly. Does anybody have discussion on the motion? Hearing none, may we have the roll call vote?
Chairman Dolia?
Yes.
Vice Chair Cameron?
Yes.
Commissioner Baker?
Yes.
Commissioner Cutright?
Yes.
Commissioner Shigaris?
Yes.
Commissioner Durham?
Yes.
Commissioner McIver?
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan?
Yes.
Commissioner Cease?
Yes.
Commissioner Trapp?
Yes.
Commissioner Valentine?
Yes.
Commissioner Zuri Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries 12-0.
Oh, thank you. Look at us getting creative. Okay, so to be clear on this next part, we have already approved a long time ago the guiding values and the community goals and objective part of the comprehensive plan. So the next vote we will be taking is going to be to approve the growth management strategy, the policies and actions, and implementation. Are there any questions or comments on those three items from commissioners? Commissioner Cease?
I appreciate the commission's patience in the prior vote, allowing me to go to a place where I could vote yes. My concerns with this item and have been relayed to staff, but only recently, just relate to the specificity of historic considerations of historic architecture and patterns of development. And now I'm scrolling through the neighborhoods policy item, and I would just like staff to maybe address that. It's neighborhoods action item 22 in the appendix, attachment H, which was the proposed changes, policy and action revisions between the current draft plan. It's indicated in the attachment as 22, but that was January 23 versus the proposed edits in May of 23.
You're asking about that action, not about the consistency language in policy 35? That's what you meant earlier.
No, I'm asking, I'm sorry, about neighborhoods action 22.
And what's your question about that?
So there are, all of these changes from in the right-hand side of the column are understandable refinements and kind of extensions and wordsmithing of the policies, but I feel like this item is 4 or 5 very specific additional statements regarding historical assets and historic preservation practices that are kind of new at this stage in the game, it seems.
So this is an expansion, obviously, of the, like you can see the original language on the left was just talking about updating the architectural inventory with 10-year updates. The idea is that we recognize that over time, there are, not new, old things that have become older, become historically significant. So this is intended to just be talking about, as we're going through time, that we continue to look back and determine what expansion of consideration of historic significance we might want to include.
Thank you. And it is the policy I just referenced. It's also policy 35 is where the new word consistent with shows up.
Yes, and that is different than language we're using elsewhere, and so I think we can revise if there's consensus around this, because consistent, I think, can indicate something stronger than the language that's used elsewhere, and that was originally in there. So there was some concern about, rooted in and connected to Durham's history is maybe not specific enough, and so I think we can find something in between there.
Thank you. I think I would be far more comfortable with something less stringent than consistent with.
Certainly.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? Commissioner Baker?
Just one. I remember a while back we discussed particular policy 173, mixed residential neighborhoods smaller than 20 developable acres should increase the mix of housing types in the immediate vicinity. Mixed residential neighborhood place types generally between 20 and 50 developable acres should increase a mix of at least 2 housing types. And I remember we had recommended to increase the number of housing types and the housing variety. Am I remembering correctly that that recommendation was rejected?
I don't know if I'd use the word rejected, but we were having trouble finding consensus on a policy, more stringent policy that had support amongst the elected officials. So that's kind of why we left it a little, with a little more wiggle room.
Okay, the elected officials.
If I remember correctly, I believe this was discussed at JCCPC, and yeah, there was not consensus.
The elected officials were arguing for less housing variety. Okay, that's all.
Other questions or comments? Commissioner Morgan?
Yeah, I had a couple comments. One of the things that I've noticed is as far as the policies is great, and we've gotten some good feedback from various community people themselves. What I'm kind of proposing, especially since I resemble one of the seniors in the group here, so I do think that some of the concerns by the group for senior living and some of the needs that we do have is maybe recommend some type of task force to cover some of these areas that are a little more vague. And I mean, I'm not wanting to throw the baby out with the bathwater, since we're using that phrase all the time, although I'm not a baby. But the idea there is that possibly that we could recommend task force for certain areas that are vague, particularly seniors, and then I think the other area would be schools and education. I think those two things just jump out at me as impact that or implications as we evaluate things, and it may be sort of vague in our goals and objectives and policies. So my thought would be which I'll make in my comments, I'm in favor of moving forward, but also wanting to consider the option. Do we have that ability to make those recommendations, and do you think there's latitude to kind of shore up some of the more fuzzier areas right now? I know.
Probably the best way to address that is just to recommend, and you may not need to do it as the motion, but just in your comments to recommend that as an additional action item.
That's what I was thinking. It would be best to do that and then just make our comments. But I do think that those are things that I wanted to call out in the meeting here, just so something for my other commissioners to think about that.
Okay. So I would like to move this forward to a vote. I do have one, thing I wanted to address, and it's related to Commissioner Morgan's points just there. I think like having an implementation item of a task force on aging in Durham, like something like that, that makes sense to me. And I just, because we got so much discussion about it, I want to just acknowledge everything we heard tonight about 55 and older communities. Obviously, I am not 55 or older, so I don't have the same experience as people living in those communities. But what I do acknowledge is that the reason we currently have 55 plus communities is because we don't make our world workable for people who are 55 and older. So we have to create communities specifically for people 55 and older, because that's just not our standard. That's not our bar. And the point of this comprehensive plan is to make that the bar. It's to say, if you're 55 and older, this whole county is for you. And if you are disabled, this whole county is for you. And if you are poor, this whole county is for you. And if you are Black, this whole county is for you. And so I want to just acknowledge the absence of specific language on 55 and older communities is because the goal is to not need them. The goal is to have our city and our county be workable for people who are 55 and older. And yes, we will need assisted living facilities and health home aids and all of these other systems and structures to help people who are having a particularly hard time as they age. But just wanted to acknowledge that your concerns are heard, and from my perspective, they are accounted for in the way that we have written the comprehensive plan to say this is going to be a path for a city that is accessible for everybody, regardless of age, ability, anything. With that, I would like to move this forward to a motion. Reminder, we need a motion on approving the growth management strategy, the policies and actions, and implementation. And this is to both governing bodies.
Mr. Chair, I make such a motion, since you said it so well.
Thank you. We have a motion from Commissioner Morgan, and I believe to hear a second from Commissioner Trapp. Okay, is there any discussion on the motion? May we have the roll call vote? I've been waiting for this for a long time.
Chair Amendolia.
Yes.
Vice Chair Cameron.
Yes.
Commissioner Baker.
Yes.
Commissioner Cutright.
Yes.
Commissioner Chagaris.
Yes.
Commissioner Durham.
Yes.
Commissioner McIver.
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan.
Yes.
Commissioner Cease.
Yes.
Commissioner Trapp.
Yes.
Commissioner Valentine.
Yes.
Commissioner Zuri Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries 12-0.
Okay. We have a Planning Commission recommended comprehensive plan now. I am very excited about that. We have a lot of other items to get to. I thank you for everyone who's come to address the comprehensive plan. I appreciate your engagement. We're going to move at a faster clip moving forward. My goal is that each of these items takes 20 minutes total. Like each item takes 20 minutes or less. I'm setting a timer on my phone to try and keep that pace. So, and I will restrict commissioner time if necessary, because I want everyone to get to bed at a decent time. So we're going to start with case Z22-00044 Fairhaven Walk. We'll begin with the staff presentation.
Thank you, Chair Amendolia. Aaron Kane with the Planning Department, as you stated. This is case Z22-00044 Fairhaven Walk, which is a proposed zoning map change. Before I begin, staff would like to confirm mailing notice. Oh, we don't have the, there we go. Staff would like to confirm mailing notices within 600 feet of the site were mailed out on May 26, 2023, and the site was posted with signs on May 26, 2023 as well. All affidavits of all notices are on file in the Planning Department. The property is generally located at 313 Old Oxford Road. There are 5 parcels totaling 8.19 acres. The existing zoning is RS20 and RS8. The applicant is proposing planned development residential 23.445 to allow for up to 192 multifamily dwelling units on the site and 6,000 square feet of daycare space. All units on the site are committed to being affordable. The draft place type map designation is apartment and townhouse neighborhood. The proposal is consistent with this designation. The existing zoning is RS20 and RS8. The surrounding zoning is residential of varying densities to the north, east, and south. A commercial shopping center is west of the site. The aerial map shows the general location of the project, which is on the north side of Old Oxford Road between Meriwether Drive and Danube Lane. There are existing residential uses surrounding the site and a shopping center with a grocery store to the west. The development plan shows access from Old Oxford Road and Meriwether Drive. There is a riparian buffer in the western portion of the site. Tree coverage is located throughout the site. There are several notable text commitments for this case, including, as I stated before, the commitment to affordable housing, provision of space for a daycare center, turn lanes on Old Oxford Road, off-site sidewalks to the intersection of Old Oxford and Meriwether, and bus stop improvements for a Go Durham stop. A neighborhood meeting was held in accordance with UDO requirements on March 31st, 2022. 6 community members were in attendance. An additional 2 meetings were held with Bragtown residents to discuss the proposal. 2 social pinpoint comments have been received for this case, both of which were proponents of the proposal, citing provision of affordable housing, walkability, and access to transit. Staff determines that this request is consistent with the draft comprehensive plan and other adopted ordinances and policies. The proposal is in the public interest due to its provision of affordable housing. If you have any questions, staff is here to answer.
Thank you. We're going to open the public hearing. We'll begin with the applicant presentation and comments. So we typically give our applicants 10 minutes. Do you think you can do it in 5?
We will keep it as brief as possible.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Pam Porter with TMTLA Associates, 5011 South Park Drive in Durham. I'm here with Sean Brady's Commonwealth Development Company and Patrick Barbeau with Timmons Group. Thank you, Aaron, for your presentation. I'm just going to give you a quick overview and some of the notable commitments that we are making. As staff mentioned, our request is to rezone 8.19 acres from RS8 and RS20 to a PDR of 23.445, which will allow for the development of Fairhaven Walk, a 100% affordable apartment community. It will have a maximum of 192 units and is located in the Bragtown neighborhood of Durham. This gave us the opportunity to have meaningful engagement with the Bragtown Community Association and work with them to find out how best this project could support their community. We've also been working with Durham Housing Authority and Durham Head Start. After several Zoom calls, emails, and one in-person tour of Bragtown, DHA and Head Start, we were able to come up with a list of items that would help address the needs of the community. And these are the ones that I just wanted to highlight for you. This will be a 100% affordable apartment community. We were able to increase our 30% AMI units from 25 to 30% after having conversations with the Bragtown Community Association. Depending on available vouchers from DHA, we may be able to increase the amount of 30% units. We just haven't really worked that out yet, but we are committing to a minimum of 30% at 30% AMI, and the rest will be 60% AMI or lower. This project is committing to a space for Head Start, which is early childhood education. There is no memorandum of understanding in place yet, but it is in process. And that again came from a direct conversation with the Bragtown Community Association. We are providing a covered bus shelter at the bus stop along the northern frontage of Old Oxford Road, which is in front of our project. This development will provide the off-site sidewalks that Aaron mentioned pending right-of-way availability. We're trying to, connect the, square off the sidewalk gaps to help complete the sidewalk network. And this project will provide crosswalks along Meriwether frontage pending any NCDOT and Durham transportation approval. And this is a commitment that wasn't on our development plan, but I do want to mention we have talked to folks about it, and if we're able to get the crosswalks, we will get them to help give the people that live in this project and other folks that live here the ability to be able to walk to the grocery store and the shopping center across the street. So that's my quick and dirty overview of our project. I'm going to pass the baton to Sean Brady, who's going to tell you a little bit about Commonwealth Development Company.
So my name is Sean Brady. I'm the Vice President of Development at Commonwealth Development Corporation. We are one of the top 10, fluctuates a little bit, but one of the top 10 developers of affordable housing in the country. I have over 6,500 units. I've developed more than, I think, 1,000 units in North Carolina. And we've been working with the community in Bragtown for over a year. I think we've moved in a really good direction with the project. Pam has hit on a lot of the commitments that we've made. We continue, it's an open discussion dialogue. We continue to do what we can to kind of fine tune things. One clarification I wanted to make on the income targeting, it is an average 60% AMI. We will have 70% AMI units in there as well, but we did increase our 30% proportion of the total, 30% AMI to 30% of the total. We are planning to partner with the Durham Housing Authority. We're trying to finalize the deal terms on that, but to actually co-develop and co-own the project together jointly. And we are, as we talked about, working on a MOU with Head Start to operate the child care facility there on site, which we would build and provide, and then they would operate. But that would not be exclusive to our residents. That would be community-wide. It'd be a basic community service facility. Obviously, a benefit to our residents, but it would be a benefit to the entire community. And so, yeah, we're pretty excited. The city has already provided a pretty significant investment to make this financially feasible. We're incredibly thankful. It would not be possible without that. But yeah, we've got a pretty strong team, a lot of experience doing this. We're very excited. This will be our first development. This will be my first development in Durham. I've done a few in Raleigh nearby, but it's really been great to have such a collaborative, open discussion with the community and to be in a position to help identify solutions to problems that already exist in the area, especially affordable housing, but also other opportunities where you can tie other needs like childcare together into that. So anyway, I'm happy to answer any questions anybody has, but thank you for considering, and I definitely request your recommendation and support for our zoning.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to turn to public comment. I have two other people who have signed up to speak. I have Patrick Banbo and Vanessa Evans.
Well, my name is Patrick Barbo. I work with the Timmons Group. I'm just here to support. I'm the civil engineer if you have any questions.
Great, thank you. Ms. Evans.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. Thank y'all for having me tonight. I'm Vanessa Mason Evans. I live at 3223 Dearborn Drive, and I'm the chair of the Bragtown Community Association. I would like to say that it's been an honor to work with Sean, his staff, and Fairhaven, and the work that they're wanting to do in Bragtown. I'm in hopes that y'all will vote yes on this project going through the association along with the residents. I'm very excited. They have been looking for this for 2 years to come about. So please keep this in mind that this is something that our community really needs. Thank you. Not going to take up much of your time tonight.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else wishing to speak on this item tonight, either in person or in Zoom? If you're in the Zoom meeting, please raise your hand at this time if you would like to speak. Okay, seeing none, I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner comments and questions. Commissioner Morgan.
Yeah, I had a very quick question for the applicant. Out of the 192 units themselves, what's the mix of 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, or do you have any ideas on how that will actually be distributed?
Yes, Commissioner, we do. This is subject to change, but 48 1 bedrooms, 72 2 bedrooms, and 72 3 bedrooms is what we currently have right now. We are targeted to serve families, but one other thing too, just to mention is that there will be, I believe, elevator service in the building too, so it would also be very senior friendly as well. But this would be targeting families.
That makes sense. Thanks.
It's an impressive number of 3 bedrooms. Other commissioner comments or questions? Commissioner Gorin?
I understand that you are building the childcare facility. Do you have any information on who is going to maintain it, like over long term?
We do, actually. So Head Start is operating nearby at Oxford Manor, and we've already had discussions. We're in the process of finalizing an MOU that will be with the Bragtown Community Association, Commonwealth Development, and Head Start to operate the facility. The general terms will be we'll build the facility and effectively lease it for free in exchange for them operating the child care services and maintaining the inside of the building. We take care of the exterior. Because we would have on-site property management and maintenance staff there, so we would maintain that, but on the exterior. But they would actually operate the facility there, and we've already talked about that, and that's they already have an operation going on right next door, and they're pretty excited about the possibility.
Thank you. Commissioner Baker, do you have a question? I was going to make a motion. Oh, you looked primed. Any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, I would accept a motion at this time.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we take case Z22-00044, Fairhaven Walk, to be forwarded to the City Council with a favorable recommendation.
Second. I have a motion by Commissioner Morgan, a second by Commissioner Baker. Is there any discussion on the motion? It's really funny to watch everybody make motions on affordable housing projects because it's like a race of who gets to make the motion. May we have the roll call vote?
Chair Amendolia,
Yes.
Vice Chair Cameron,
Yes.
Commissioner Baker,
Yes.
Commissioner Cutright,
Yes.
Commissioner Shigaris,
Yes.
Commissioner Durham,
Yes.
Commissioner McIver,
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan,
Yes.
Commissioner Cease,
Yes.
Commissioner Trapp,
Yes.
Commissioner Valentine,
Yes.
Commissioner Zuri Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries 12-0.
Great, thank you. Thanks to the applicants. Excited to have this come into Bragtown. For the record, the public hearing was closed. Okay, moving on. Case Z22-00019, Sagebrook. We'll begin with the staff report.
All right, I grabbed the wrong one. Again, with the planning department, this case is Z22-00019, Sagebrook. It is a proposed zoning map change. Staff would like to confirm that mailing notices were sent within, to all properties within 600 feet of the site, and they were mailed out on May 26th, 2023. The site was posted with signs on May 26th, 2023. All affidavits of all notices are on file in the planning department. The site is located at 2553 Chadwick Place and 2528 and 2530 Burton Road. The proposed zoning map change is from residential rural to planned development residential 6.943 in order to construct up to 120 townhouses. The site is 17.36 acres and would be included in the city limits if the companion annexation request is also approved. The existing zoning is residential rural. There's residential rural to the south and west, residential suburban 20 to the north and east of the site. The aerial map shows the general location of the project. The site is generally surrounded by single-family residential dwelling units. The development plan indicates 2 access points from Burton Road. 2 perennial streams are located on the site with a 100-foot wide riparian stream buffer. Vehicular and utility stream crossings are proposed for the project. There are several notable commitments on the development plan, including a maximum impervious surface of 37%, a maximum disturbed steep slopes at just over 10%, a minimum tree preservation of 25%, 2 specific outdoor amenities, play lawns, and a tot lot, and craftsman-style design with roof specifications. Comments provided on Social Pinpoint address stormwater runoff, flooding, affordability, traffic, loss of rural land, wildlife habitat, and a lack of infrastructure. A neighborhood meeting was held in accordance with UDO requirements on January 20th, 2020. 7 community members were in attendance. The proposal is consistent with the place type map designation. The proposal is potentially in the public interest due to increasing the supply of market rate housing available to residents of Durham. The proposal is potentially not in the public interest due to the unique environmental features on the site and the variables identified in the Climate Justice Impact Tool. Staff and the applicant are available to answer any questions.
Thank you. We will open the public hearing, and we'll begin with the applicant presentation.
Thank you, Chair Amendola and members of the commission. I'm trying to see if I can find my slides, and if not, that's fine. I won't take up too much of your time. Obviously, we are all here a little bit late. My name is Randy Herman. I'm an attorney with the law firm of B.A. Folk. I represent the applicant, which is Capital City Homes. Capital City Homes is a regional developer based in Raleigh, hence the name. There we go. They develop market rate subdivisions all over the triangle, including in Durham and Raleigh, and in various other towns. Let's see. There we go. I'm going to skip some of these slides real quick because I don't want to take up too much time. There we go. Okay, so this is a development plan that's blown up, so the text isn't easy to read, but I want to point out a couple of things on here that are unique to the site. As staff said, it is surrounded by single-family detached neighborhoods, as one neighbor pointed out on Social Pinpoint, generally about half-acre lots and single-story homes. What we are proposing is the construction of 120 townhomes. Even though, so the overall density under the PDR would be a little bit less than 7 at 6.943. There are, as staff mentioned, some significant environmental issues on the property. So there's a stream that runs basically along Burton. So Burton Road, for those who don't know, Burton Road is right here. Cheek is down here a little bit off the bottom of the development plan. So there's a stream that runs along Burton Road that needs to be crossed in order to access the site. If that weren't there, we ideally would probably put more of the units closer to Burton Road, but it just isn't possible because that stream and the wetlands surrounding it have to be preserved. The other thing I wanted to point out is so this is rotating, so north is to the right on this map. This is the original map of the adjacent subdivision from when it was recorded about 40 years ago. And one thing that was done for reasons that aren't clear to us when the property was developed is there's a 1-foot buffer that surrounds that existing neighborhood between that neighborhood and the subject property. What that means practically is that although in any other case we would connect Chadwick Place through into the property, we can't do it because there's this 1-foot buffer. We had about a year process where the title attorney tried to figure out who owned that 1-foot buffer and was not able to locate it. So it's basically an orphan parcel just kind of sitting out there that separates us from the neighboring property. It's not particularly convenient, but it is what it is. And so because of that, we are not able to connect Chadwick Place because Chadwick Place does not physically touch our parcel. And so because of that, then the only access to the property is from Burton Road, just in case anybody had any questions about why it is done that way. As staff said, there's significant commitments for environmental protection in this plan. So under the existing overlay, impervious surface could be up to 70% of the site. We're restricting it to only 37%. We are also committing to tree preservation at 25% rather than the 20% that would be required under the EDO. Basically to try and preserve as much as possible of the existing site. If this property were to be developed under the existing zoning, it could be by right developed for about 35 single-family houses. We don't think that is in the best interest of the city and the county. We don't think that's what's best for this site, but that is what the current zoning would allow. And so we know that there are some neighbors who are opposed to development of the site altogether. And one thing I just want you to keep in mind is that the zoning change that we are requesting, we believe is a better use of the site than what would be allowed under the by right zoning. And so we think that what we are doing is improving the potential development of what could happen on the site. The other thing I want to point out is one of the benefits to the city from this rezoning is one of the same reasons why the neighbors oppose it, which is that what would go here is more dense than what is in the surrounding neighborhoods. So none of the surrounding neighborhoods have townhomes. As I said, they are about half-acre lots with one-story homes. By providing townhomes on the site, we believe we are providing a mix of housing types. We are providing different housing choices for people who want to live in the area, and the kind of missing middle housing that we are always talking about. But for the same reason, the neighbors, and I don't necessarily blame them, don't want to see townhomes here. And that basically has been the point of conflict with the neighborhood. And you know, we've done our best to minimize the environmental impact to the site through these various restrictions that we've been talking about. But we do believe that the best use of it is to develop a more dense housing than what is currently available in the surrounding neighborhoods. The one other thing I wanted to point out, there's architectural restrictions, and I'm not going to go through all the details of all the architectural restrictions. They're in your report. I did want to point out that we have chosen specifically to state that there will not be attached garages on any of these units. What we have found is that in practice, especially with a townhome and especially if it's a one-car garage, people just use it for storage and they park their cars on the street anyway. And so by not providing garages with the units, it allows us to offer them at a more affordable price. Instead of basically offering what amounts to a storage unit that is included with the units that would be developed if they were developed with garages. So we're trying to keep the price down. We're trying to keep these reasonably priced. As I said, they will be market rate units, but we don't expect them to be significantly higher than what the price is in the surrounding neighborhoods. We are trying to provide additional housing that is in line with the price point that is in the area, but that's a little bit denser and provides a different choice than what is currently available in the area. With that, I'm available for any questions. We have our engineers here as well if there are any technical questions that anybody has. And otherwise, that's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to move to public comment. I have two people who signed up to speak in person, Donna Steinbeck and Pam Williams. You'll each have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Sorry, I'm slow. Okay. I'm trying to see if I can maximize, but that's okay. Okay. You just have to roll. And y'all should have received the matrix this afternoon. But, okay, there you go. Okay. My name is Donna Steinbeck. I'm at 4825 Jimmy Rogers Road, Durham, North Carolina, and I'm a lifelong resident of Durham. What I wanted to do was look at some of the metrics. Some of the information has been covered. What I'd like to first request is that this not be rezoned to low to medium density, and that it be lesser, more like what was in the future land use measurements. The other key point is that right now the neighbors are having runoff and flooding problems coming from this site already, and they're very concerned about what will happen with mass grading and what kind of assistance they'll get with the developer. And also, as stated by the planning staff, this has some unique environmental features on the site and variables identified in the climate justice impact tool. I'm sorry, Donna. Okay. Right now, it looks like, as the developer was mentioning, that there will be 6 properties that will be landlocked unless Chadwick Place is extended. I don't know how you work around that. These people need a way out. Blasting is probable since the major grade changes from 368 feet to 328 feet within a 700-foot distance. We request that the contractor follow all permit requirements and be responsible for blasting damages to individuals. We've not had very good luck with the insurance providers. The tree preservation, total trees, is in the wetlands and the stream buffers.
Donna,
Okay.
your 2 minutes are up.
Okay, I didn't, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Pam Williams. I live at 2130 Venture Trail, Durham, North Carolina. I grew up out in this community, did all the Halloween trick-or-treating in Glen Forest because it was the only development out here at that time that had houses one after another, that you didn't have to go down the road. On this, I just want to bring out that this is not within a 15-minute walking distance of stores, jobs, businesses. It's 2.4 miles away from a transit route. There's no businesses or schools within 2 to 5 miles here. And Townhomes, in my opinion, is not within the existing community character. Again, we'd like to request the developer to provide or to maintain a very low density per the flume. Right now, they're proposing a little over 3 times what's in the flume. Here, it was, like you said, 2 acres per dwelling. We want the developer to be responsible for the blasting because that's not being taken care of now. We would like a 30-foot border with the 06 capacity per pending amendment, phase and development and tree. We'd also like to request a 10-foot no disturbance buffer along the property per the pending amendment. I say 7 here. There's 6 appears to me 6 lots that are landlocked here because Chadwick Place cannot be extended. I'd like to know how they're going to handle that. Also, we would like for the 57 additional students, because there's no students in that property now, for them to provide at least a minimum of $500 each. We'd like them to follow the 100-year stormwater management plan, provide affordable housing, project buffers. This is why we want a 20-foot or a 10-foot non-disturbed property buffer, because this is right on the property line, as you see here, and it's a drop
Pam?
of 20 feet.
Pam,
30.
your 2 minutes are up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, in the Zoom meeting, we have one person who has their hand raised, Sam Ziadat.
Yes, hi. My name is Ghassan Ziadat, and I go by Sam. I own the 2554, 2552, and I am calling you from New Jersey, but we're planning to move down south to North Carolina. My wife originally is from North Carolina, but with this development, I went to the city of Durham and they told us they will not be able to landlock us. I was there last May because this is going to result from us not being able to use the lots we bought so we can retire down there. And with that 1 foot they're coming up with, I mean, if there is that 1 foot is to their benefit, they will find a way to acquire it. But it look like it's not to their benefit, and they're using it as an excuse for not to extend Chadwick to serve the other lots. And so if they are coming down there to serve the community, these lots behind them is part of the community. But I don't know, it just seems like it's a pure profit. Thank you very much, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next, we have Amanda Belgrave.
Hi, my name is Amanda Belgrave. I live at 4103 Cheek Road, which borders this development. I would say that the applicant has not been in favor of working with the community members and that there is significant stormwater runoff. I'm going to echo a lot of things that Pam said as well. I'm extremely concerned about blasting for my own property as I own a well. I live in a brick ranch and I've seen the major impact of other blast sites here in the Durham County region. I'm also extremely concerned about the buffer as this is technically in my backyard. So I will have to visually see these townhomes. I also am an opponent against urban sprawl, which this is the definition of that. And I don't feel that we should move forward in this. And I have multiple neighbors that are bordering this property that have downward slopes towards these, their personal properties, which with the erosion and the clear cutting of trees is going to cause major impact, not only in my own yard, but theirs as well. I appreciate your time and your sentiments.
Thank you. Next, we have Tim Grisinger.
Hey, good evening, Commissioners. This is Tim Grisinger. I'm with Bateman Civil, and I have some colleagues there in attendance as well, so I'm just here to help answer any questions if needed.
Great, thank you. Okay, is there anyone else wishing to speak on this item tonight? Please come to the podium and you'll have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Good evening. My name is Gary McLean. I live at 4712 Jimmy Rogers Road, Durham, North Carolina. And as I reiterated tonight, 35 homes would be better than 120 in this area. It's on Burton Road. It's a 2-lane secondary road. And once again, this is out towards Cheek Road and the Redwood Road area. And the traffic just can't keep up with all of these expansions. And to me, 35 is better than 120. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Anyone else who would like to speak on this case? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to turn to Commissioner comments and questions. I see Alexander coming to the podium quickly, so I'm going to go to Alexander first.
Thank you, Chair Ondolia. We just wanted to correct something or make sure we understood correctly. So Design Commitment 7 says there'll be no garages, buildings will have no garages. The applicant said something about detached garages. As of now, the way the commitment reads, they want to be allowed to build any garages. The parking requirements would require 240 spaces, so that would all be surface parking lot.
Yeah, sorry, that was my misstatement. No, no garages.
Great, thank you for clarifying.
Okay, I have a follow-up question after that then, because, okay, so the impervious surface you're proposing is 37%, and is that correct?
That's correct.
And you're going to be able to achieve that with that quantity of parking spaces?
Yes.
Okay. Are they going to be really tiny parking spaces?
No, they'll be standard size parking spaces. Basically the answer is it's a fairly large piece of property, most of which will not be developed. So the actual development site is a pretty small part of the property. So including both the units and parking, it'll be 37%.
Okay, great. Other commissioner questions or comments? Commissioner Baker.
Yeah, I think I'm definitely supportive of taking single-family neighborhoods and increasing the variety of housing within them, increasing densities in them. If this were located in the city of Durham, I would be all for it. You know, obviously there are some improvements I'd like to see to it. Policy 163 of the comprehensive plan that we just recommended approval on reads, annexations into the city of Durham should be contiguous with the existing city limits and should not cause service delivery or operational issues for the city or county. Staff will recommend against approval of annexations that create donut holes, enclaves, satellites, or difficult to develop remnant properties. This is a satellite. It's not even that close to the city limits. So I believe in increasing the variety of housing, but this would require an annexation, which would be approved at the city council level. So I guess one question is, I haven't heard the case made that we should go against the comprehensive plan that we just recommended approval of, and I haven't heard a strong case made that we should not follow policy 163. So in my mind, I'm asking myself, do we want to abandon the comprehensive plan already, or do we want to follow the comprehensive plan? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Mr. Chair, can I say something about the annexation issue?
I will, yes. 2 minutes.
So the Carpenter Preserve project that was just approved in May is almost immediately across the road. So we will not technically be adjacent to city limits, but will be separated by maybe a lot. By the time we get to annexation of this property, it'll be much closer to the city limits than it was when the project was initially submitted.
Can we just get a quick assessment from staff, confirmation on that, and I don't know, sort of assessment of this development against that policy?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Baker. So depending on when this goes to council, I know y'all just adopted the comprehensive plan tonight. We would review against that policy. Absolutely. We've been telling applicants about this in pre-submittal meetings for well over a year that it's coming. So there's no surprise. If it's against policy 163, the comprehensive plan consistency that we are required to have council consider would call that out and say this is inconsistent with that policy and any of the other ones that would apply. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Morgan.
Yes, I had a couple questions for the applicant. I think one of the things is I'm not seeing any affordability or any affordable homes that are being offered in this particular development.
That's correct. We're not committing to any affordable units at any particular income levels.
Okay. Another question is what kind of number of, I guess, stormwater, would the 100-year stormwater runoff, would that be something that could be committed to, or would that be what you have right now?
For that one, I would defer to the engineers. So I don't know if one of the members of the team that's here, or maybe Tim Grissinger, wants to answer that.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Douglas Cooper with Bateman Civil Survey. To the question about the 100-year storm, currently the ordinance doesn't call for, detention of the 100-year storm. And if that were to be a commitment, we would have to go back to the developer and see if that's something that they could put into the cost of the property, because when you have to detain the 100-year storm over, the UDO requirements, there's a larger footprint of stormwater devices that would have to happen to be able to do that. So currently, the plan would be to meet the UDA requirements of stormwater devices. And then also the environmental features. There is a 100-foot buffer along each side of those environmental features to protect those. And then as we're developing the property, we can offer to do like a double silt fence along those buffers to further protect them from any impacts. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, I guess it's that you aren't able to commit to the 100-year storm, but I guess because that might affect the number of units that you're able to develop. Is that kind of what I'm sensing when you're?
Yeah, it would affect the footprint because you have to have a larger stormwater device to be able to.
Understand. Okay. The other question I had was when I looked at the development plan, where, and I'm looking at the building envelope, is that right up near the back of the lot, or how much room is there? I mean, is it kind of along the border of the entire parcel?
I mean, I think there are some buffers along the back of the property that keeps the actual development from going right up to the property line.
How much buffer have you allocated?
So there's a 10-foot project boundary that goes around the entire project.
Mm-hmm.
In addition to that, there also are planted buffers. So I would have to look to see what the total distance is, but it's at least that 10 feet plus additional buffers.
Okay, just curious about that. The other one that concerns me a little bit is the landlocked lots. I know that there's no development on those lots, but there's no access at all that is going to be considered. So have you done anything to either acquire that land or do anything that would probably help your development in general if you were able to acquire it?
So the first answer is those lots are already landlocked. Those lots were landlocked when that subdivision was developed more than 40 years ago. For whatever reason, the developer of that project, and obviously wouldn't be allowed today if it were being developed today, but for whatever reason, when that project was developed, it was developed with those landlocked lots and that 1-foot buffer. So it's kind of a strange condition that we are having to deal with. If that 1-foot buffer weren't there, we would have to extend Chadwick, probably by, inherently by doing that, I think it would provide access to those lots. But because there's that buffer, we can't extend Chadwick because it wouldn't touch the existing Chadwick. You wouldn't have a road that goes through.
Okay.
We have talked to Mr. Ziadat some about his situation. He is not 100% landlocked. He owns a whole series of lots running down. So his northernmost lots do touch the existing Chadwick Road. Mm-hmm. So it'd be possible for him to extend access that way. But as I said, our property simply doesn't touch his property because there's that 1-foot buffer strip. So whatever we were able to do, it still wouldn't give him access because he wouldn't be able to cross that little parcel in between.
You have 1 foot along those lots themselves.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, it runs. Let me bring the slide back up because I think it's helpful.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at it there.
It's very hard to see on the development plan just because of the scale of it. So this is the end of Chadwick. Mm-hmm. And this road, which is not labeled on this, is Burton Road, the 60-foot at the top there. So the 1-foot buffer runs along the end of Chadwick and also all the way along all of those lots.
Okay. And if you were to even acquire those lots themselves, you'd be crossing over that 1-foot buffer.
Right, they still wouldn't touch.
You'd have to find ownership and easement to be able to do.
Yes, and as I said, one of the reasons why, as staff said, the original neighborhood meeting on this project was something like 2 years ago. And one of the reasons why is because we had to spend so much time trying to figure out the ownership of that 1-foot parcel. Because we would much rather acquire it and not have that problem, but we weren't able to identify the owner of it. So
That may be some
kind of an orphan parcel.
be done with the city that, okay, I get what you're saying. Okay. And I'm just trying to look at it. And then, yeah, I think I've covered all my concerns. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Cutright.
Real quick, I'm having trouble supporting this project. We've got big, open, surface parking lot, no affordable housing, environmental impact. I'm looking for some wins here, and I'm struggling to find them. Surprised you can't do 5% affordable on this. It's 120 units. I feel like we should be able to make something work there. You're cutting costs on no garages. I think there's some wins in there that can push this project forward a little bit. But right now, I can't support this as it sits.
Thank you. Okay, I would like to close the public hearing and move this forward to motion and vote.
Mr. Chair, it's move that we send case Z2219 forward to the City Council with a favorable recommendation.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Baker, seconded by Commissioner Valentine. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, may we have the roll call vote?
Chairman Dolia?
No.
Vice Chair Cameron?
No.
Commissioner Baker?
No.
Commissioner Cutright?
No.
Commissioner Chagaris?
No.
Commissioner Durham?
No.
Commissioner McIver?
No.
Commissioner Morgan?
No.
Commissioner Cease?
No.
Commissioner Trapp?
No.
Commissioner Valentine?
No.
Commissioner Williams?
No.
Motion fails 12 to 0.
Great. Thank you. We are moving on to our next public hearing. This is case Z22-00020, Z22-00040, Cortez Drive Townhomes. We'll begin with the staff presentation.
Thank you. Aaron Kane again for, as you said, Z22-00040 Cortez Drive Townhomes, which is a proposed zoning map change. Staff is confirming that mailing notices were sent to all those properties within 600 feet of the site on May 26, 2023. The site was posted with signs on May 26, 2023 as well. All affidavits of all notices are on file with the Planning Department. The site is a collection of 10 parcels totaling 46.98 acres and located at 1003, 1011, 1015, 1152, 1164, 1268 Cortez Drive, and 3607, 3611, 3617, and 3615 Andrew Avenue. The existing zoning is residential suburban 20. The applicant is proposing a planned developmental residential zoning 6.003 zoning district to allow up to 282 townhouse units. The future place type map is mixed use neighborhood. The proposed PDR 6.003 is inconsistent with the future place type map. If approved, staff recommends to change the place type map designation to apartment and townhouse neighborhood. In addition, the site lies within the FJB watershed projection overlay. The existing zoning is residential suburban 20. The site is surrounded by residential suburban 20 and industrial light zoning. The aerial map shows the general location of the project. The site is east of Andrew Avenue and bounds both frontages for portions of Cortez Drive. Directly south and west is largely undeveloped land. To the north is primarily single-family homes with a shopping center to the northeast and some industrial parcels to the northwest. The development plan indicates one access point from Andrew Avenue and a second access point on Cortez Drive. Stub-outs are shown to the north and south of the site. The site is partly located within the FJB watershed projection overlay. The perennial streams located in the FJB are shown with a 100-foot wide riparian buffer. The perennial stream located outside the watershed is shown to have the minimum 50-foot wide riparian stream buffer. One stream crossing is identified on the site and lies within the existing right-of-way of Cortez Drive. There are two notable commitments on the development plan. A minimum of 20% of the townhouse units will be 1,600 square feet or less. And there are some architectural standards such as roof design and material, and a prohibition on vinyl siding. A neighborhood meeting was held in accordance with UDO requirements on May 27, 2022. 4 community members were in attendance. 2 social pinpoint comments have been received by staff in relation to this case, with 1 opponent concerned with traffic and 1 undecided resident who expressed opportunities to work with adjacent properties. As stated before, the proposal is inconsistent with the place type map designation due to 1 proposed use for the development. If approved, staff recommends a change to apartment and townhouse neighborhood designation on the place type map. The proposal is potentially in the public interest due to increasing the supply of market rate housing available to Durham residents. The proposal is potentially not in the public interest due to the inconsistent nature of the proposal with the mixed-use neighborhood place type map and the lack of commitments in excess of UDO requirements. Staff and the applicant are available to answer any questions.
Thank you. We will open the public hearing and begin with the applicant presentation. I believe we have Laura Holloman.
Hey, good evening, and I will try to be as brief as I can. So good evening, Chair Amendalia, Vice Chair Cameron, and members of the Planning Commission. I'm Laura Holloman with McAdams. Residing at business address is 2905 Meridian Parkway here in Durham. Also with me tonight are Kate Murdoch, also with McAdams, as well as Steve George, Anthony Catalano of CSC Group, the property owner and developer for this project, as well as our traffic engineer, Reinald Stevenson with Ramey Kemp and Associates. I want to thank Mr. Kane for the presentation of this request, and I could listen to his voice all day. He's got a voice for radio for sure. As staff mentioned, this site is located along Andrew Avenue and Cortez Drive. The property is right around 47 acres, and we are requesting PDR 6. And then permitted use will be townhomes, a maximum of 285, which will fit into the surrounding community quite nicely. With the existing single family as well as the planned multifamily adjacent to 70, this will serve as an apt transition between the residential land uses stepping down from the planned, the proposed multifamily as well as the surrounding single family. In addition, as staff also mentioned, the only proposed stream crossing we have to make is to improve and extend existing Cortez Drive. This allowed us to protect all the remaining stream buffers throughout the site, and that even allows us to create enclaves of cluster development rather than mass development on the site. There are a wide variety of architectural commitments voluntarily proposed, which I won't speak to in depth, but they speak to decorative garages as well as a minimum of units of 15% being surface parked. In addition, we would like to amend the existing text commitment proposed to read no less than 20% of the units shall be 1,700 square feet or less. So this ensures a variety of housing types and sizes. Additionally, we have also reached out to Go Triangle about providing a transit stop to be constructed along Andrew Avenue. After discussing it with them, they determined they would like greater flexibility to determine if this site warrants a stop, and if it does, that will be constructed at the developer's expense. As you may recall, some of you are on the board when this assemblage was unsuccessful in a previous rezoning a couple of years ago, which was for a mix of single-family and townhomes for a proposed PDR of slightly over 5. At the time, there were questions raised about creating reasonable housing options as well as traffic. We have listened to the feedback, changing all housing types to townhomes, which we think will help control rising housing in the area. And our traffic engineer, Reinald Stevenson, will be happy to discuss any kind of traffic-related questions with our updated TIA that you may have. Also, in addition, there are a few changes to commitments I would like to close out with. First, to add a commitment based on the staff report for a one-time contribution to Durham Public Schools in the amount of $36,000. And second, an affordable housing commitment, which will work out with staff, but essentially it's providing a minimum of 3% of the total unit count as committed as income restricted dwelling units that will be priced so that they're affordable to homes earning no more than 80% of the area median income for a period of no less than 30 years. But, you know, in closing, I just want to say that this area of Durham is currently underdeveloped. It does have excellent access to Miami Boulevard and US 70. However, we think that this is better served with residential, as the proposed development would serve as a transition from US 70 and the residential uses that currently have frontage on Adjourn Avenue, as well as Cortez. The project would also provide increased housing choice in the form of for-sale townhomes. I appreciate your time tonight, and our team is available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura, before you go, I just want to make sure I heard your 2 additional proffers correctly. So I heard a $36,000 one-time donation to Durham Public Schools, and then you said you're going to work this out with staff, and I want to clarify, are you working out this specific language with staff and committing to 3% income restricted at what AMI level?
80%.
80%, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll turn to public comment. No one signed up on this sheet, but I know, Paul, you had signed up on this other sheet. So, Paul, you can come and give your 2-minute comments, and then we'll turn to any others.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I might make a request outside of my time, I appreciate notification to the community members. I think 16 days notification prior to this hearing is insufficient time. I would have been present at the May 27th meeting had I known about it. It could be my error in missing that. Thank you. Paul Joffrian, 705 Pleasant Drive, Durham. I have been a resident of Durham for 49 years. My wife and I have lived at this address on Pleasant Drive for 22 years, and our property abuts the proposed development area. I want to focus on traffic. Mr. Cahill, do you have a slide? I'm not sure how to access it. Stop the clock. My concerns will be focused on traffic. I understand other neighbors will be speaking from Zoom. So this is a picture of a screenshot of a traffic congestion map taken on May 31st, Wednesday at 5:06 p.m. The red line, vertical line somewhat going on the left side is 147,885. The bold red line on the right side is Highway 70. They run roughly parallel. Running through the middle of that is Angier Avenue. And if you can make out, for those who don't have the visual, Angier Avenue is red roughly from Miami Boulevard halfway back to 885, which is a distance of close to 3/4 of a mile. I've got 20 seconds left. I'm sorry. This is just not enough time to give the adequate weight. With due respect to the developer, this is not an underdeveloped area. This area is suffering keenly from developments that have yet to put their traffic on the roads. This map is a daily picture of traffic on Angier Avenue and Highway 70 of a landlocked community that has no way to get anywhere with a minimal exception except by touching Angier Avenue and Highway 70. I would say much more. I'll send you written comments. Good gracious, thank each of you for your time and energy and all the work you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on this item tonight? If there's anyone in Zoom, please raise your hand at this time. We have Layla Needham. Layla, are you able to unmute?
Sorry.
Okay, we can hear you. You have 2 minutes to make your comments.
Okay, thank you. Hi, I'm Leela Needham. I live at 711 Pleasant Drive in Durham City. My property is directly abutting on the north side of the proposed Cortez Drive townhomes. I've lived here for 20 years. So my major concerns, again, have to do with traffic, and the zoning change proposal addresses none of the concerns raised by the community, the Durham Planning Commission, nor the Durham City Council of the previously denied very similar development proposal presented 3 years ago. It is similar in density and offers a simplified plan of only a single-use neighborhood consisting of up to 282, although I might have heard 285 townhouse units this evening. So it's essentially a car-dependent development. There's no integrated neighborhood commercial or employment uses at all, resulting in a car-dependent development. Previously raised concerns about the only means of access to the proposed development being from Andrew Avenue, and the increases in traffic on Andrew Avenue and Pleasant Drive have not been addressed to our satisfaction, and were not addressed at all at the one community meeting. No proposed selling prices have been included in the plan. A commitment was made that a minimum of 20% townhouse units will be 160,000 square feet or less, although that again may have changed this evening. So in essence, I think
Your 2 minutes are up.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Next, we have Andrew Hefner.
Hi, this is Andrew Hefner. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I spoke earlier at the opening session, but I didn't get to finish my statement. So I also abut the development, and I want to make sure that everybody is very clear that the proposals that were put in have some untrue statements as far as the amount of wetlands that are in the property. And also my biggest concern and the biggest misrepresentation is that it's not a wildlife corridor. I've spent a lot of time back there. If you look at a Google map, satellite map, you can see that this is one long continuous forest that crosses Andrew Avenue and continues on the other side. And it is the very definition of a wildlife corridor. I've been back there. There's everything back there except maybe cougars, bears, and bobcats. Every other type of wildlife is represented, and they're thriving. And the project as presented is going to destroy that environment. It's going to wipe out or force all the wildlife to flee. And it's just not consistent with what is in the proposals for the new development plan. It's going to do a huge amount of damage to the environment. It's going to cause uncontrolled runoff. It's going to destroy the creeks and streams. It's going to add a huge amount of carbon dioxide to the atmosphere for no reason. You can develop these places without clear cutting, bulldozing, and scraping the life out of the property. It can be done in a sustainable way. And there's nothing in this proposal that's sustainable, responsible, or an addition to the Durham community as a whole. It doesn't touch on affordability or any of the other important things. It's a loser. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else looking to speak on this case tonight? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to turn to staff real quick.
Chair Amendolia, I just want to state for the record that there's a text commitment regarding house size on the development plan. Just wanted to confirm with the applicant that it's currently stated on the development plan that 20% will be, a minimum of 20% will be smaller than 1,600 feet. That is being changed to 1,700 feet at the direction of the applicant. Just wanted to make sure that was clear and for the record.
Thank you. Also, I meant to specify it should be sports radio, like a baseball commentator would be pretty, I think would work for you.
I was a hockey player, so
there we go. So I have one quick question of the applicant. Are you, so you have smaller units and then you have affordable units, and our UDO regulation would, if you're following the UDO regulation to affordable housing, the affordable units are supposed to be indistinguishable from the market rate units. And so my question is, are you following the UDO definition, or are you intending that you will be putting all of the affordable units in those 1,700 and lower sized units?
Correct, they would be indiscernible, they would follow the UDO requirements.
So there will be some in the 1,700, some that are above 1,700, they'll be equally distributed?
I think too early to say, but I can tell you that they would be dispersed and they would be indistinguishable amongst the community.
Okay. Chair Amendolia, we have seen very similar proffers to 3% of units at 80% AMI or less in the last few months, some of which have come to you and some which will be coming to you in the future. So we have some rather standard language regarding that and regarding disbursement of the units throughout the community that we can work with the applicant on finalizing before it goes to council.
Great, thank you.
Appreciate that very much with staff.
And I just want to say thank you to the applicant. It is not often that we have someone come, get negative feedback, and then they come back and they say, oh, we took your feedback and we made it better. We get a lot of people that come and they give us the same old stuff after hearing the same comments for years and years and years. So I just wanted to acknowledge that you explicitly improved this application after going through the process and getting feedback. Are there any other comments or questions on this case? Great, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and would ask for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we take Z22-00040, Cortez Drive Townhouses, to be forwarded to the City Council with a favorable recommendation.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Morgan, seconded by Commissioner Valentine. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, may we have the roll call vote?
Chair Amendolia?
Yes.
Vice Chair Cameron?
Yes.
Commissioner Baker?
No.
Commissioner Cutright?
Yes.
Commissioner Chagaris?
No.
Commissioner Durham?
No.
Commissioner McIver?
No.
Commissioner Morgan?
No.
Commissioner Cease?
No.
Commissioner Trapp?
Yes.
Commissioner Valentine?
No.
Commissioner Williams?
No.
Motion fails 7-4.
Okay, thank you all. Okay, I don't think we can get this public hearing done in 5 minutes, so we're going to go ahead and take our next recess to give our closed captioners a break. We will return at 9:45 p.m.
So tell me, with such a diverse job, what do you enjoy most about your job and working for the city?
It's pretty simple, making a difference.
Huh, okay.
Within the job, it's important that you have a sense of doing a task that is important, that shows a response, and you can see the difference.
Mm-hmm.
So by making a difference, it is important to the residents as well as to the city and guests that are here,
Mm-hmm.
whether it's the street repairs, or the sidewalk, or the storm water, or
Mm-hmm.
maintaining the streets and keeping them clean.
Uh-huh.
Everyone in Durham should be able to find a home they can afford. That's why Forever Home Durham is creating affordable, livable, and inclusive communities for low to middle income residents. From renting to owning, find out how the city is helping more people find homes right here in Durham. Learn more at foreverhomedurham.com.
My name is Dwayne McIntyre, and I'm a dispatcher at the Durham Emergency Communication Center. The best thing about being a dispatcher at the Durham Emergency Communication Center is truly being able to make a difference. Sometimes you don't realize how much of a difference you're making. However, being able to hear feedback from when people call to say thank you, that you may have saved their relatives' lives or was able to calm them down, really makes it worthwhile being a dispatcher. One day I received a call from a man. He was trapped inside of his home. There was a lot of smoke. He was really struggling to be able to see and get out. He was able to tell me where he was inside of his home. I was able to relay that information to the firefighters, and they were able to get him out safely. My job is satisfying because at times I do go home tired, but I don't go home ever feeling like I didn't help anyone that day. There's always someone that's calling in that's in distress, that just may need someone to talk to, or just may need some type of emergency assistance. But every day I go home fulfilled with the knowledge that I've helped someone that day.
Yeah, right? I was just happy to get it done.
Good deal, man.
Signature and we'll be in good shape.
Poof.
Okay, we are returning from our recess. We're going to continue on with case Z22-00020, Brier Creek ACT. We'll begin with the staff presentation.
Thank you, Chair Amendolia. Aaron Kane with the Planning Department for case Z22-00020, Brier Creek ACT, a proposed zoning map change. Staff would like to confirm that mailing notices were sent to all properties within 600 feet of the site, and they were sent out on May 26th, 2023. The site was posted with signs on May 26th, 2023 as well. All affidavits of all notices are on file in the Planning Department. The property is located on Page Road across from World Trade Boulevard and consists of 5 parcels totaling 16.19 acres. The existing zoning is rural residential. The applicant is proposing planned development residential 13.367 to allow for up to 210 single-family, townhouse, and multifamily dwelling units on the site. The draft place type map designation is mixed residential neighborhood. Due to the various residential housing types included in the proposal, the request is consistent with the draft place type map. The existing zoning is residential rural. Areas to the west and north are zoned residential, though at lower densities than that requested. To the east is a mix of residential and industrially zoned land. As you can see on the right side of each map, the Wake County line is not far from the site. The aerial map shows the general location of the project, which shows primarily residential development to the west in Durham, with light industrial uses to the east in Wake County. The development plan shows 2 points of access, one on Page Road and the other on Core Street, which will extend into the site from the south. The building and parking envelope does not encroach into the stream buffer on the western portion of the site. There are two notable comments on the development plan. The first is the construction of a 10-foot multi-use path along the west side of Page Road. In addition, there are left and right turn lanes into the site on Page Road committed. A neighborhood meeting was held in accordance with UDO requirements on March 8, 2022. 10 community members were in attendance. 4 social pinpoint comments have been received for this case. 2 are general comments, 1 is mixed, and 1 is in opposition. Comments focus on compatibility with the surrounding development, traffic congestion, and the need for commercial development. Staff determines that this request is consistent with the draft comprehensive plan and future place type map and other adopted ordinances and policies. The proposal is considered in the public interest due to its provision of affordable housing. Staff and the applicant are available to answer any questions.
Thank you. We're going to open the public hearing. We'll begin with the applicant presentation.
Good evening, Chairman Adolia, Vice Chair Cameron, members of the Planning Commission. Biker with Morningstar Law Group. I live at 2614 Stewart Drive. I'm here tonight representing Capital Seniors Housing, the developer working on this for-rent residential project along Page Road in southeast Durham. I am joined tonight by Joe McElwee and Michael Hartman, 2 of the principals with Capital Seniors Housing, as well as Kelsey Westwood and Chloe Arnold, our civil engineers, and Earl Llewellyn, our traffic engineer with Kimley Horn. Capital Seniors Housing, or CSH, is a senior housing development and management company with almost 20 years of experience developing communities that serve active senior residents. Currently, CSH manages more than 120 senior housing communities. The proposal before you tonight is to rezone just over 16 acres of land on Page Road to PDR 13.367. This rezoning will facilitate a community of 210 residential units. There will be a mix of townhome and multifamily units, all of which will be for rent. I've worked for almost 20 years on the 400-plus acre Bethpage development that is immediately adjacent to the west and to the south of the CSH site we are looking at tonight. Personally, I think this is a great infill site since it uses an existing traffic signal at Page Road and World Trade Boulevard and the stub out from Bethpage on Core Street. Accordingly, residents in the CSH development can walk or bike to the Goat, which is a gastropub that I can highly recommend. In addition, I'd like to point out that the project is consistent with the future place type map, as you just heard from the staff report. On the place type map, this area is designated mixed residential neighborhood. Consistent with that designation, this community will create a mix of housing types. Furthermore, this site is well chosen by CSH since it allows Durham residents who live at Creekside or Carolina Arbors or Fendel Farms or Andrews Chapel to do what I would call age in place. Southeast Durham has convenient access to health care, the airport, and a multitude of retail services, and that makes this location ideal for active senior residents who need to move on from owning a home and the obligations that go along with that. Generally, based on our community engagement, the proposed development has received positive feedback. Many people are aware that as the baby boom generation ages, we're going to need to prioritize the development of housing that serves the needs of the older members of the Durham community. I hope all of you noted the email from Stephen Nill, one of the co-founders of the Leesville Coalition, to that effect. We believe this rezoning will facilitate a high-quality retirement community that will help address the needs of seniors living in Durham. In closing, I just want to share a few examples of how every community CSH develops is unique, and that will be the case in Durham. I grew up in the Boston area, so I really like this one with the Fenway Park deal going on there in the recreation room. And here's the outside of that facility in Andover, Massachusetts. You can see it's a New England type architecture. Moving further south in our country, down to New Jersey. This is close to where my mother grew up, and this reminds me of the architecture I would see in her old hometown. And then here's inside an Austin, Texas community that Joe and Michael developed, again showing the attention to detail that CSH provides for all their residents. And so for all these reasons, we respectfully ask for your recommendation of approval. Our team will be happy to answer any questions. Appreciate your time tonight.
Thank you. And Mr. Biker, don't go too far because I don't have anyone else signed up. And if nobody raises their hand, then I have a question for you right off the bat. So we're going to go to public comment. If anyone is in the Zoom meeting wishing to speak on this item or in person, you can come to the podium or raise your hand in the Zoom meeting. Okay, seeing none. My first question, which you may be able to predict by now, it's really my only question, is you have multifamily, townhomes, and single family listed as the uses that the site would be limited to. There could be up to 210-ish or so dwelling units. There's no minimums there, so what we're getting built is a variety of housing, but what we could get is a single housing type. We could get 210 single-family houses, we could get 210 townhomes, we could get 210 apartments. So my question is, have you contemplated a minimum
one
for each of these mix?
Probably say a minimum of 150 multifamily, and then minimum of, I don't know. Can we just say there will be? We'll say a minimum of 150 multifamily, and that spreads it out to the other types of housing as well. It's hard to guesstimate exactly how many units we have because the other ones are obviously take up a lot more space.
So is that something you're willing to commit to tonight, or is?
Yeah. What? Or you know what is ballpark? Yeah, I mean, we could, yeah, maybe just, 150 apartments, and how about if we just say 18 of the other, of any other housing type, a minimum of 18.
Okay. That is helpful. That provides some surety there. Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Cutright.
Any affordable units going up in these senior housing? Any chance that you could proffer some? Looks like that's nice.
What we're seeing right now, Commissioner Cutright, is our estimate right now is that many of the smaller units will be available at around 80% of the AMI. And so that's where we can't make a proffer to that regard, but many of the smaller units are coming in at 80% of the AMI under current interest rates and construction cost estimates. Of course, those are very volatile, as you well know, but right now we're pretty confident it's going to be attractive. And keep in mind that the person who moves, the family that moves into these units, those are people that just sold their house. That's overwhelmingly the people that we're marketing to, and people have obviously generated a lot of equity over the last few years in their homes.
Yeah, no chance of proffering that. Looks like we got a nice FF&E budget with the Fenway signs and everything.
Yeah, we like that.
Maybe
Well, that's the thing. We want to
squeeze some affordable out of that.
Yeah, we're not in a position to proffer that tonight.
Thanks.
Actually, you asked one of my questions, Chair. Are there going to be any green building elements to this? Anything that moves us toward our carbon neutral goal?
I don't know.
That we just recommended approval on? Sustainability features.
Sorry, I need you to come to the podium if you're going to respond to that question.
Thank you. My name is Michael Hartman with Capital Seniors Housing. We would be willing to consider it. It's not currently in the plans, but it's something that we would consider.
Okay.
Oh, sure. Just introduce yourself.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Joe McElwee. I work with Mike. I'm the partner in charge of development. Just so there's no confusing, it's not a LEEDs building, if that's where you're going, but it is the materials used in our building and the design that our architects have been directed to do are, I would say, LEED light. Most of the HVAC systems, the wood components are environmentally sensitive, but it's not a LEEDs certified building. Just want to make that clear.
And you all do, this is not age restricted, correct?
We can't age restrict it as a text commitment, and as soon as we build it, it'll be age restricted under the Fair Housing Act.
Yeah, okay.
Right.
No affordable housing, right? No affordable housing?
I'm sorry?
There are no proffers here for affordable housing, 80%, 5% of the units at 80% AMI or anything like that?
We'd prefer not to, simply to again, put as much into the amenities, which keeps the people occupied, not in their cars and going places, keeps them on site and using the facilities. And again, our guesstimates right now is that many of the smaller units, dozens of the smaller units will be available to people at 80% AMI.
All right, I'm done.
Commissioner Shigaris?
Yes. What is the status of your talks with Durham County Utilities? I see here that there's a temporary hold on development due to the Stirrup Iron Creek Pump Station Basin being at max. So that was 2021, this is 2023. Has that lift station been improved? Are you all going to work with Durham County?
Yes, we've had
we're going to have a development with no sewer capacity.
No, ma'am, that's not the case. We've had very productive conversations with the Durham County staff. Our understanding is with the interim upgrades that have happened for that lift station, there's about 300,000 gallons capacity. And so it appears that there won't be any problem with wastewater infrastructure for this location.
Can staff verify that, since the report states differently?
Thank you, Commissioner Shigaris. We've actually been in conversation about some of these different locations. As of now, we have not received an update on this, but it sounds like Patrick Biker and his team have. We would require this analysis to be provided before it goes to City Council, because capacity analysis on sewer and water is required before it goes to City Council vote.
Yeah, that'll be fine.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Anything from staff?
Just wanted to clarify for the record, the additional proffer that you have given tonight, is that a minimum of 150 or is that a minimum of 150 of the units?
150 be multifamily. Any other housing type would be a minimum of 18.
And that would be how many housing types at a minimum of 18?
We don't know yet.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're clarified on that, and that we understand the language as it moves forward. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, other than that, I don't know what to say.
Okay, that's fine. Just wanted to make sure we understood it for the record and for the.
Obviously, there'll be 2 or more housing types.
Yeah, right. Yeah, we can clean that up before it goes to City Council.
Sure.
Great. So at this time, I'm going to close the public hearing, and I would accept a motion at this time.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we take case Z22-00020, the Brier Creek ACT, to be forwarded to the City Council with a favorable recommendation.
With the additional proffers?
With the associated proffers, yes.
Second. Okay, moved by Commissioner Morgan, seconded by Commissioner Valentine. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, may we have the roll call vote?
Chairman Dolia?
Yes.
Vice Chair Cameron?
Yes.
Commissioner Baker?
No.
Commissioner Cutright?
No.
Commissioner Shigaris?
No.
Commissioner Durham?
Yes.
Commissioner McIver?
No.
Commissioner Morgan?
Yes.
Commissioner Cease?
No.
Commissioner Trapp?
Yes.
Commissioner Valentine?
No.
Commissioner Zuri-Williams?
Yes.
I believe it fails 6-6.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to our final zoning map change of the night. This will be case Z22-00039, Shannon at Old Chapel Hill. We'll begin with the staff presentation.
Aaron Kane with the Planning Department. Again, that's case Z22-00039, Shannon at Old Chapel Hill. This is a proposed zoning map change. Staff is confirming that mailing notices were sent to all properties within 600 feet of the site on May 26, 2023. The site was posted with signs on May 26, 2023 as well. All affidavits of all notices are on file in the Planning Department. The property is located at 3641 Shannon Road and 3638 Old Chapel Hill Road and totals 3.08 acres. The existing zoning is residential suburban 10 and residential suburban 8. The applicant proposes to change the zoning to residential compact with a development plan and commercial general with a development plan to allow up to 43 townhouses, 17 multifamily dwelling units, and 3,500 square feet of commercial space. The existing place type is transit opportunity area. The proposed zoning districts are consistent with the place type map. The existing, as mentioned before, the existing zoning is residential suburban 10 and residential suburban 8. The site is surrounded by a mix of zoning districts that include commercial center, office, and institutional, planned development residential, and more RS10 and RS8. The aerial map shows the general location of the project, which is situated at the northeast quadrant of the intersection of Shannon Road and Old Chapel Hill Road. To the west is Hope Valley Square Shopping Center. To the south is Westminster Presbyterian Church, and to the east is the Markham Chapel Baptist Church and the Valley neighborhood. To the north is Southwest Regional Library. There are several notable commitments on the development plan. One is to exclude auto-oriented uses. Another is to have building orientations that front the street. And a third is to have minor design elements such as roof styles and exterior finish variations. The development plan indicates there are 2 access points to the site. One right-in, right-out entrance along Old Chapel Hill Road and one entrance along Shannon Road. There are no tree coverage standards within the compact neighborhood tier. The development identifies minimum open space and no impervious surface restrictions. The southern half of the site is commercial general with a development plan and restricted to no more than 17 apartment units and 3,500 square feet of commercial space. The northern half of the site is residential compact with a development plan and would be limited to 43 townhouse units. A neighborhood meeting was held in accordance with UDO requirements on February 5th, 2020. 3 community members were in attendance. 2 additional meetings were held on May 23rd and May 25th, with the former in Zoom and the latter with an in-person option. 85 social pinpoint comments have been received by staff in relation to this case. Survey responses totaled 75 and case comments totaled 10. 69 survey responses were in opposition and 6 were undecided. The overwhelming concerns cited include increased traffic, the impact on the intersection at Shannon Road and Old Chapel Hill, safety, stormwater runoff, development scale, and intensity. Other concerns mentioned include lack of infrastructure to accommodate alternative modes of transportation and the lack of affordable housing. Staff has determined that the proposal is consistent with the place type map designation. The proposal is potentially in the public interest due to the increasing supply of market rate housing and pedestrian-oriented commercial uses available to Durham residents and conformance with the place type map. Staff and the applicant are available to answer any questions.
Thank you. We're going to open the public hearing and we'll begin with the applicant presentation.
Good evening, y'all. My name is Scott Harmon. I live at 524 North Mangum Street. Mr. Kane, just a correction, the number of attendees at that first meeting were 30,
Okay.
not 3.
Just a 0 on that. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you for considering our application. We hope our engagement process and proposed text commitments earn your support for our project. Tonight's agenda has been long. My colleagues warned me to keep it short. For those that know me, please don't laugh. Here goes. We held 3 community meetings with a total of 97 attendees. We continue to meet privately with the Markham Chapel congregation, our immediate neighbors. They are a black church in a predominantly white neighborhood and are most directly impacted by our project. Our private meetings create breathing room for us to prioritize their voices and concerns. Markham Chapel graciously hosted our in-person community meeting. We provided childcare and 50 box meals for anyone in the surrounding community whose attendance conflicted with the needs of their family. We mailed postcards to every owner, organization, and rental household within 1,000 feet, not just 600, announcing the upcoming community meetings, including this one tonight. And we've invited folks to our website, which I've listed in the email I sent you earlier today, for further engagement. The website is updated regularly. It shows the next upcoming meetings, presents our community responses, receives comments and requests for private meetings, allows folks to register for updates via postal mail, SMS message, and/or email. The website also includes a link to the city's social pinpoint platform in case residents prefer to give their comment in that manner. The website includes document links to our site concept drawing, the development plan under consideration tonight, the complete version of a traffic study that we elected to do, even though a TIA is not required on this, and a stormwater watershed exhibit, which I'll discuss in a moment, the postcard mailer, and minutes from our community meetings, which we submit to the city. The website concludes with a diary and timeline of our past and future engagement milestones. The three most prevalent community concerns continue to be traffic, stormwater, and affordable housing. Those are not the only comments, but those are the ones that we really hear over and over again, particularly when we're face-to-face in the Zoom or in the community meetings. I think the social pinpoint comments had a greater variety. You should have, we submitted today to Alexander 3 proposed text commitments responding to each of these issues. I owe Alexander an apology. We thought we were doing right by our neighborhood and our community by making sure that we showed up at our first hearing with commitments in English, in writing, as an accountability measure for having listened to the community and put into words what we're willing to commit going forward on this project. What I was not prepared for, just my lack of experience at this, it's been over 20 years since I've done a rezoning, is that we can't do that at the last minute and work out the details with the city. So I want to apologize to Alexander for that. I've been bugging the hell out of him tonight. He's been very gracious, and I've deserved less attention than he's given me. I just want to say that. I'll come back to that. So let's talk about traffic. Although a TIA is not required, we hired VHB, and Nathan Romberg is here tonight to answer any questions that you have about traffic. But he modeled the existing counts, he modeled our proposed development, and he made recommendations for improvements. We wanted him to tell us what did we have in terms of traffic reality. There's a lot of emotions around traffic. I wanted to know the truth, measurable about what we have, what he thought our development was going to create, and what he thought would be a good reaction to the concerns about safety. We proposed an all-way stop, pending the city and DOT approval, and we have worked out this evening with Erlene and Alexander very specific language about that, which I believe Erlene has accepted. It's just mainly recognizing that we're committed to paying for and advocating for a four-way stop, but we recognize that the warrants and study has to be done by the city in order for DOT or the city to even approve that. And so we're not guaranteeing the community that this will get approved, but we will fight hard with the community to advocate that one is approved. We think it's the right solution to the safety and especially for the pedestrians. Some of our site currently watersheds into the Valley neighborhood. We have a site that's like this with a ridge line in the middle of it. Right now, most of our water goes to Shannon Road, and a small amount of our site goes into the Valley. They have very real stormwater problems. They have infrastructure that is overwhelmed. They have numerous rain events that cause very real hardship and problems for their neighborhood. We worked out with that neighborhood a concept that we were prepared to commit to tonight in a proffer, which says we are taking all of the piped stormwater on our site that is in their watershed, and instead of returning it to their watershed with the treatment and the detention, which is what the ordinance requires, that we would pipe all of our stormwater to Shannon Road. So there would still be some natural runoff that would still go into the valley watershed, but the valley watershed should have less water going into it when we're done with our project. And this was something that the neighborhood and our team came to agreement on. The language that we've agreed to is not acceptable to the stormwater director, and I honestly cannot tell you why. I'm a little frustrated by this. I don't understand why a neighborhood and a developer can work so hard on something that they both agreed to, and the city tells us that it's technically sort of incorrect. But we will work that out. Our affordable housing commitment includes 1 townhome and 3 apartments for 30 years at 60% AMI if rented and 80% if sold. Our project has 60 dwelling units. I've looked at the rezonings that have been brought through this process for the last 6 months. This is the 3rd smallest development that y'all have approved, and the only 2 that are smaller than ours were a 50% affordable project, which I believe is by a nonprofit or a LIHTC developer. We are a market rate developer, and some guy wanting to do 5 townhomes. So for a project of our scale, we feel like this is a significant offer and a commitment to affordability. Our design will be mixed use with missing middle housing, walkable proximity to existing neighborhoods and commercial uses. We will maximize density and land utilization with townhomes and a retail building with apartments on the upper floors. In addition to our affordable housing commitment, our units will be more affordable by design and provide a welcome and needed diversity of housing type in this part of Durham. Our studio has a lot of experience doing smaller units that just simply provide housing that is accessible to a larger sector of the market, and this is important. It's important work that the private sector can do in between the luxury market and the true affordable housing market, and we want to play a role in that, and we want to demonstrate how other market rate developers, particularly small ones, can do so in this community. We think this is a good project for Durham, a good project for this neighborhood, and that our process has been thorough, transparent, equitable, and responsive, and we ask for your approval. Because of the situation we ran into today with the stormwater director, my neighbor Richard and I, mostly Richard, and I agreed reluctantly. Richard said the only sensible course of action is to let y'all comment on whatever else you want to comment about our project tonight. I very much want to hear your comments and thoughts and concerns about everything in this project, but this stormwater issue is the most important one to that neighborhood for good reason. And they deserve our patience as developers to spend 1 more month getting that language right and bring it back to you as an official proffer before it gets presented to the city council. I know a lot of developers come in here without proffers, expecting to just kind of get through this process and get to the council. I really wanted to have all our proffers in writing for you tonight, and I don't have that one right yet. And I'm going to respect Richard's request that we give him another month and we'll get that to you. But I would appreciate, as late as it is and as tired as we all are, as much feedback, positive or negative, as you could give us on our project tonight. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to move to public comment. Is there anyone in the meeting or in the Zoom meeting that would like to comment on this case? If you're in person, please come to the podium, state your name and address, and provide your comments. And if you're on Zoom, please raise your hand if you would like to speak.
My name is Richard Goldner. I live at 33 Cheswick Place in the Valley neighborhood in Durham. This is downstream from the proposed Shannon at Old Chapel Hill development. Our greatest concern is increased stormwater runoff from the development's excessive impervious surfaces upstream. The developers worked with the Valley HOA to include a text commitment to make stormwater runoff toward the Valley property, quote, a little better and certainly not any worse, unquote. We're grateful for this. Unfortunately, only a few minutes ago, I was informed that Dr. Akinola in Stormwater Management did not give his consent to the text commitment that was submitted. This problem needs to be resolved. Pertinent to this also is the development plan's commitment for at least 5% open space That would allow 95% impervious surface. That's dramatically different from the 3% impervious surface prior to development. Currently, the entire 3-acre Shannon at Chapel Hill parcel is included in the Martin Luther King Jr. compact neighborhood in the future land use map. However, part of this parcel is so far on the outskirts of the compact neighborhood that it is not even within the half-mile radius from the proposed MLK transit hub. This parcel is not analogous to land near the center of the compact neighborhood, such as at Patterson Place or 9th Street or downtown Durham. It is very dissimilar. The submitted development plan has 60 units on 3 acres. That's 20 units per acre. In addition to 3,500 square feet commercial, parking areas, multi-story. This is not congruous with the established neighborhood. It does not fulfill the goal of providing a valid transition, and we're hoping that the builder will work toward getting 15 to 20% or more green space to help make
Your
a
2 minutes are up.
transition.
Thank you. We have William Renwick on the Zoom call.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm William Renwick. I live at 46 Cheswick Place in the Valley neighborhood. And I think in addition to the stormwater runoff issue, really the density we believe is way too high because the current zoning allows for 14 single-family houses, and this is calling for 60 residential units, which will, per their traffic study, increase the traffic by 1,500 plus vehicle uses every 24 hours, which is 10 times the vehicles that would be allowed under current zoning. The intersection of Shannon and Old Chapel Hill Road does not have the ability to handle that kind of traffic. So that the density is too high, but also in their application for their commercial space, in their application, they are asking for permission for a fast food restaurant. That is new to all of us in the Valley. Previously, they had talked about a small, fast casual restaurant, but now it's labeled as fast food. And I suspect that's where all this traffic is coming from. Fast food is way out of character for this neighborhood that borders on a very historic residential neighborhood of Hope Valley. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Are there any other people who would like to speak on this case tonight?
It's a
In one moment.
It's a point of correction. The fast food.
I have not recognized you yet, sorry. I saw William Anderson raise their hand. William, did you want to speak? You raised your hand and put it back down, so.
Yes, thank you very much. I agree, Dr. Goldner. And as we look at the project with the traffic currently at Old Chapel Hill and Shannon, and I drive that at least twice a day, it comes to a stop now with lines. So Durham Transportation needs to look at that. Second concern is pedestrian safety because their sidewalks are not provided in that area, nor crossing for pedestrians going across the shopping center right across Shannon Road. So I really appreciate the public meetings and the attention paid to this development and hope that they can solve the pedestrian safety and the traffic congestion at that intersection. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wanting to speak on this case tonight?
So there we go.
Okay, seeing none. Mr. Harmon, I'm going to come back to you. I'm going to give you 2 minutes to respond to those comments.
That much time. Mr. Renwick, if you look at item 1A on our D plan, the use that you're talking about is actually an excluded use. We are specifically not doing fast food drive-through restaurants. I believe that's just a mistake in the interpretation. And our traffic engineers here, if y'all want to deeper dive on any of the data on the traffic.
Thank you. Okay, so I do have one quick question of the applicant, and then I'm going to come to staff. I just want to confirm, you're requesting to have a 1-month continuance?
Yes.
Okay, great.
But as a favor, to please give us whatever feedback you feel like we need to have in order to come back to you with a very good project that would be worthy of your support in a month.
Okay. And I'm going to come to staff because we just heard a lot of back and forth about text commitments, and so I want to get staff's perspective on that.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair Amendolia, and I really appreciate Mr. Harmon's narrative. That was very helpful. I do want to point out that there was a pre-submittal meeting and a neighborhood meeting last February of 2022, that the application was submitted on May 5th of 2022. And so receiving the text commitments at the last minute today does create a little bit of a problem. However, what we did do is share out those text commitments. We have multiple reviewer departments that look at each thing that come in. So for the 3 commitments that Mr. Harmon shared today, one was around affordable housing. Planning has the purview to review those commitments. We've worked with that language and standardized it with community development so we can bless that and say it's okay. The second one is around the transportation commitment. That was not sufficient the way it was worded. However, the applicant worked with transportation tonight to come up with language that they agree upon. The third thing is the stormwater commitment, and that is not in our purview. It's our purview to ensure that projects are compliant with anything the department is requiring per the ordinance or per the reference guide for development. The commitment that was offered is not in compliance with that. It was shared with stormwater today. Stormwater said that they can't accept that language. Planning staff and stormwater provided language to the applicant around a 100-year stormwater event that would align with the parcel boundary. That is not the commitment they would like to make. And so if they'd like to proffer some other commitment around stormwater, they'll have to work with stormwater engineering before that comes before y'all.
Okay, so I want to clarify. So what they want to do on stormwater is they want to be able to essentially, my understanding of it is change where the stormwater is going to flow. Instead of flowing into this neighborhood, it's going to flow into the road. Are you saying that the way they wrote that text is not enforceable or is not viable, or that the concept is not viable from stormwater?
So that, I can't speak to the engineering part of that because that was actually a second commitment that was offered after the first one was, the language was said it was not acceptable. That one has not even been vetted yet.
Got it. Okay, because my initial thought on that, just personally, is I'm sorry to the neighborhood, but like putting stormwater, like I guess I want to ask the applicant, are you saying you would be redirecting stormwater to go in the direction of Shannon Road, so like maybe under Shannon Road or next to Shannon Road, or like would it be dumping onto Shannon Road?
No. So the stormwater ordinance says if I have 2 watersheds on my property, what I am required to do when we get to the site plan level and engineer this thing is I have to take all the water going one way and I have to treat it and detain it and then return it at its exit point that we have now. And then I have to do the same thing on the other watershed. So I'm required by the ordinance to treat both watersheds independently, putting the water back where it exited our property before, but having been detained and treated before we do so. In that scenario, the same amount of water that is going into the Valley neighborhood and the same amount of water that's going into the Shannon Road, the current Shannon Road outfall system, which has infrastructure in the road right there, the same amount of water is ultimately going to go to both of those places. It's just going to be slowed down. It's going to be treated first. What we're saying is and we're very fortunate because our topography and gravity is such that we have the opportunity to take the water that the ordinance would say we should send into the valley when we're done with it, and we can actually just send it the other direction. So we're actually removing water from the burden of the valley's stormwater infrastructure. So our site will be depositing less water onto their land when we're done.
Okay.
The language that the director came back with wasn't even addressing where the water flowed. He just said, do 100 instead of the 1, 2, and 10. Our site's too small to do 100-year detention. It's not big enough to achieve the density we want. And what matters more to us in the neighborhood, I believe, I don't want to speak for Richard, but is reducing the amount of water that goes through their pipes because they have really bad rainfall events. I hope that's helpful.
No, that's very helpful, very clear. Alexander, is there any additional commentary you want to add on that?
Just real quick, and I appreciate that's very helpful. I think that speaks to why we want to make sure that stormwater has a chance. When we talk about cumulative impacts on how the water systems and hydrological cycles work, we want to make sure that's being analyzed, not just on a case-by-case basis, but on a cumulative impact, and that's why stormwater needs a chance to review this before we can accept a proffer. Dr. Aiken over Timi's team and himself do a really good job of that, and we need to make sure that they get a chance to see this again and do the engineering analysis.
Okay. That's helpful, and I think I understand why, surprisingly enough. Okay, so I'm trying to get ahead of some of people's comments really quick because there are a lot of questions around this site. So Erlene Thomas, Transportation, I would love to talk to you about this site because this is the post office, so I've obviously been over there, and there's a lot of other good stuff nearby. This is a wild road as it is today. And so I guess I want to get your insight on how viable a four-way stop is at this intersection and or a roundabout, because that might be even better, given the volume of traffic.
Okay, so Erlene Thomas, Transportation. I wish I could answer that question for you directly tonight. Because this site did not require a traffic study to be conducted, one has not been submitted and reviewed to know what the appropriate treatment will ultimately be at this intersection. So we would need to have a warrant analysis done to see if that intersection even meets warrants for an all-way stop to be installed. If it doesn't, it is unlikely. Well, if it doesn't meet warrants, it wouldn't be installed. And at that point, we'd be done with the text commitment as proffered. This intersection has been studied in the past that I'm aware of for a traffic signal, and it did not meet warrants at that time. And the traffic engineer, ironically, did think a roundabout would be a more appropriate treatment, but right-of-way is an issue, would be an issue for implementing that treatment as well.
Got it. Okay. That is helpful. I guess a separate question. Is there, well, this may be just the same answer, because if you didn't have a TIA to study it, you may not know the answer yet. I guess I'll ask a different question then. Like, how quickly will you know?
Well, once the analysis is done and submitted for review, we would know pretty quickly. I mean, if with a 1-month continuance even, I don't want to speak for the applicant's team, but they may have the opportunity to complete that analysis and submit it and have an answer for you, definitely one way or another.
Okay. So just quickly to the applicant team, do you know the timeline on having that analysis done?
My intention is not to go do engineering on this project as part of the rezoning process. I think that is more appropriate at the site plan level. I would prefer that we have a text commitment that says, we believe this solves the problem and addresses the concerns. We will follow the city's process to propose a four-way stop. We have to go through theirs and the DOT's process. And if we're successful, as long as we get DOT and city approval for what we want to do, we've committed to install the all-way stop, and that's what we want to do. I feel like it unnecessarily complicates this by seeing if we can go do traffic engineering now on a project that doesn't require a TIA in order to just get through Planning Commission. That's just my initial reaction.
Okay. Okay, those are all my questions. Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Baker.
Yeah, I look forward to those details getting worked out. At a high level, you know, we see a lot of really bad proposals up here. I would say this is probably one of the better ones that we would typically see. The fact that you're looking to include some relatively affordable units at 60% AMI is pretty exciting. I think it's between 5 to 10% of the units based on the numbers that you gave us. This is not a walkable area at all. It's incredibly car-centric. So it's awkward to try and do something that's even a bit pedestrian-oriented. But there are a lot of things to walk to. I mean, we got the library, we've got restaurants, the post office, movie theater, grocery store. There's a lot of things that people who live here would be able to get to. So overall, and we're looking at two housing types on 3 acres, which we saw earlier, 40 plus acres, 1 housing type. So this is exceeding that as well. So overall, I think this is something that we would love to see more of in general. Obviously, issues need to be worked out and ironed out, and I think that'll happen. One very quick, very minor question I have for you is the streetscape. Just will there be street trees and the width of the sidewalk? Are we looking at something wider, like 10 feet or something like that?
Yeah, the city actually put a commitment on us in the city's commitments section. So we do have the streetscape improvements that are typical in this zoning district with the buildings on the street, and we do have a 10-foot wide sidewalk in addition to the grass strip that's a sidewalk come pedestrian bicycle thing, which admittedly doesn't connect to anything, but it's more sensible than a bike lane on this tiny ass country 2-lane road. So.
Cool, thank you, that's all I have.
Commissioner Morgan.
Yeah, I had a question for the applicant. I noticed that you have a commercial general type of zoning as well, and I saw the text commitments of things that you're not going to do. What do you anticipate to be the commercial development there?
I look across the street at the very successful neighborhood commercial center there at Shannon and Old Chapel Hill, for examples. I think there are some great food establishments there. Only Burger, it's got the Hope Valley Diner, which used to be Rick's Diner. Many people in this part of Durham remember that. There are dance studios. So I think there's a lot of neighborhood-oriented retail and restaurants, and I think there's room for more. That shopping center is full, and it's one of the few really successful humming shopping centers out there. The post office is a great anchor tenant. I think that we can add to that other uses. So I would love to see restaurants, a place to get some morning coffee. I think, those would all be things that, what I want there are the kind of things that people who are living in this corner really enjoy being able to access without having to get into their cars.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cease.
Thank you. We have long meetings, and I occasionally contribute. But I'm going to come back to that. I think this is exactly the type of project that has several of the things Commissioner Baker pointed out. The thoughtfulness with which you describe not just your proposal, but also your work with the neighborhood, your attention to the specifics of the surroundings is excellent. And multiple housing types, commercial, is exactly the way in which just a location like this can begin to be transformed into something that is more walkable to better take advantage of the diversity of uses that are there, to better use the, to better propel changes in the transportation system in terms of street and infrastructure, whatever needs to happen. And you're carrying a heavy burden for a 3-acre parcel, 3+ acre parcel with the affordable housing, which is also a nice addition in this location. So I'm very supportive of the project. Now, there's a technical / engineering consideration that you've also identified, and I can understand the initial sentiments from the engineering perspective, but also to the point about the length of our meetings, there are frequently there are text commitments that are, or proffers that are discussed as, that are generated out of these concepts or generated from the public, but not yet fully refined. And I would encourage, if it's at all possible, you to reconsider wanting to come back here and just take a vote with an expectation that you'll address that commitment before it gets to council. That would be kind of consistent with what we've seen with projects in the past, and I don't think that point would change our recommendation. It would be sufficiently clear by the point you got to council, and the decision could be made at that point in time.
I understand and agree with your assessment, but I made a personal commitment to Richard that I was not going to send him home tonight stressing about whether we were going to honor our commitment to his neighborhood, and I'm going to stand by that.
Well, I appreciate that, but I think you could perfectly honor that commitment by the leverage of the council hearing, city council.
Yeah. I agree with that. So I'm going to say 2 sentences, and I'm going to let Vice Chair Cameron make a motion. I like this in concept. I would like a better vision of what Shannon Road is going to look like for pedestrian safety, because I would not walk on Shannon Road today to get to any commercial site around. And I think this is going to be like a city problem. This is something that maybe you can help advocate for and would appreciate it. This site, like, I want it to densify. There's a lot of surface parking there. This is more than 2 sentences. There's a lot of surface parking there that could get apartments. I love the vision here. I think it could work. My big concern is Shannon Road is not built for this. It's not built for what it's doing currently, based on my experience driving it. And I'm imagining having more people walking. My hope is that it creates a cultural shift in that area where people aren't flying by because they see more sidewalks. I hope there's more intentionality to nudge people in that direction and not just hope that, oh, there's sidewalks, now people are going to slow down. That's all. I'm not closing the public hearing because the applicant has requested a continuance, and the public hearing will be closed at a later time.
Chair, I move that we continue case Z22-00039 to our next meeting.
Second.
Moved by Vice Chair Cameron, seconded by Commissioner Trapp. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, may we have the roll call vote?
Chairman Dolia?
Yes.
Vice Chair Cameron?
Yes.
Commissioner Baker?
Yes.
Commissioner Cutright?
Yes.
Commissioner Shakaris?
Yes.
Commissioner Durham?
Yes.
Commissioner McIver?
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan?
Yes.
Commissioner Cease?
Reluctantly, yes.
Commissioner Trapp?
Yes.
Commissioner Valentine?
Yes.
Commissioner Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries 12-0.
Thank you.
This will be
I agree you could have gotten a yes tonight and just gone to city council. I appreciate your commitment, but yeah.
I appreciate your time and your comments, and we'll see you in July, yes?
You won't see me in July. Okay, next case. Good night. Case TC 22-07, Community Wastewater Systems. Hopefully this can be quick. I'm going to limit commissioner comments to 2 minutes apiece for this because I don't think we need that long. I'm going to turn it over to staff.
Great. Thank you, Chair Amendolia. We will keep it very short and sweet. Staff received a privately initiated text amendment from Jeff Hunter of Cold River Farms Development Community Association. This is a text amendment to allow community wastewater systems in their neighborhood. A community on-site wastewater system functions similarly to a residential septic system. In some ways, wastewater from each home is collected into an adjacent grinder pump, where the wastewater is ground into a slurry that is pumped through a low-pressure piping system to a gravity sewer line. Wastewater flows via gravity to a treatment plant, where the resulting water is treated to reclaim standards. The reclaimed water is then sprayed on an NCDEQ permitted field with open space common areas of the community. This text amendment is 3 simple lines in the Unified Development Ordinance. This is for county and residential rural only, and it will allow the extension of this private sewer system or community wastewater system for single-family subdivisions that meet the following conditions. Any subdivision that crosses a county line in which the other county allows private community sewer systems, which are permitted by NCDEQ for single-family subdivisions. The lot area and lot setbacks are consistent with the minimum dimensional standards within the rural tier watershed, and private well water is available within the property and is sufficient volumes to support potable water requirements. This is initiated by Colvard Farms. These conditions apply to only the Colvard Farms region and would not apply and meet these conditions anywhere else in Durham County. The proposal is consistent with the goals and objectives of the new comprehensive plan, and this proposal is potentially in the public interest as it provides flexibility and design options for lots in the county in relationship to infrastructure issues. Staff and the applicant are available for any questions.
Thank you. We're going to open the public hearing. I'm assuming you're the applicant. Do you have a presentation?
I know it's late. Commission Chair, members of the commission, thank you very much for the opportunity to present what we believe is an opportunity to increase the number of options that addresses several key elements of the community goals and objectives. One of those is specific to harmonious and respectful development. Whenever possible, we need to make use of the resources we already have, like existing buildings and infrastructure, so that we do not have to always create new things from scratch. Here is a state-controlled system that is being used instead of adding more septic systems. It also, by utilizing an existing community wastewater system, it has backup generators and other capabilities that addresses another objective around resilient, carbon-neutral, biodiverse, and generationally oriented communities. So in connection with those 2 specific community goals and objectives, this proposal aims to reduce the number of individual home wastewater treatment systems and the associated public management oversight by using existing infrastructure that is more resilient to natural disasters and unexpected disruptions. I respectfully seek your approval and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. We're going to move to public comment. Is there anyone also? I opened the public hearing. I think I did that. Is there anyone in the Zoom meeting hoping to speak tonight? Okay, seeing none. Any commissioner comments or questions? Seeing none, may I get a motion?
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we take case text amendment TC 22-007, community wastewater systems, to be forwarded to both the city and the county for a favorable recommendation.
Second.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Morgan, seconded by Commissioner Valentine. The public hearing is now closed. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing none, may we get the roll call vote?
Chair Amatolia?
Yes.
Vice Chair Cameron?
Yes.
Commissioner Baker?
Yes.
Commissioner Cutright?
Yes.
Commissioner Chigars?
Yes.
Commissioner Durham?
Yes.
Commissioner McIver?
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan?
Yes.
Commissioner Cease? Stepped out. Commissioner Trapp?
Yes.
Commissioner Valentine?
Yes.
Commissioner Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries 11-0.
Great. Any announcements from staff? Awesome. Thank you all. I'll miss you. This meeting is adjourned. I won't miss these late nights, though. Meeting is adjourned at 10:46 p.m. Eastern Time.